Hello and welcome to our live coverage of Kiel Week 2015. It's day 3 here at the Olympic Sailing Centre on the shores of the Baltic Sea in northern Germany. Crowds have flocked here to enjoy the Olympic sailing in the first few days of Kiel Week. And it was the 49ers that we enjoyed yesterday. Marcus Bauer on the SAP analytics table, and we'll be commentating on more action in the 49er class later on. But to bring you right bang up to date, let's see how those races went for them yesterday. Light winds dominated day 2 of Kiel Week, keeping the fleets on shore for much of the day, but by mid-afternoon the 49ers did get to go sailing. The fleet were chasing Justus Schmidt and Max Bohm. Their day 1 performance meant that they sat top of the leaderboard. The Germans from Kiel were on form again, but had to bide their time as Australians Sam Gilmore and Cameron Seagreen led for large parts of the race. But Schmidt and Bohm pounced on leg 3 as they approached the windward mark. It was a lead they held on to for their second victory of the regatta and their 4th podium finish in 4 races. Boat speed was the crucial factor in the day's conditions, and race 5 proved that. But it also proved German favourites Eric Heil and Thomas Plösel were getting back into their groove. Heil, who was battling a stomach bug, got caught up in traffic on the first leg, but then came a couple of crucial manoeuvres on the first downwind leg. A jibe set took them to the right side of the course, taking them from 3rd to 1st place.
Yeah, that was a good decision. We had a good pressure coming down on the left side. I saw the pressure first and tried to be first on that side, and finally that was good.
Heil claimed his first victory of the regatta that more than made up for his earlier 20th placed finish. Schmidt and Bohm remain the overall leaders and are still very much the form boat. Austrians Ben Bilstein and David Hussel jumped from an overnight 6th to 2nd after a good day's sailing. Yes, the top crews certainly hit good form yesterday in the light winds. These are live pictures as the committee boat wait for the start to get underway, which we're still expecting in about 12 minutes time here in Kiel. And yeah, I mean, it was interesting to see how the light winds kind of shuffled the pack a bit, but yet the quality still rose to the top.
Well, especially with the leaders who had all those podium finishes so far. Amazing consistency. It's going to be interesting to see how they perform today. But yesterday were interesting conditions because the wind was much more stable than I expected. It's because it wasn't so much an offshore breeze. It sort of blew out of the fjord with a little bit more of water runway to windward. So we had fairly stable conditions. Probably a different picture today, but we'll talk to the weatherman a little later.
But what incredible form our leaders are in. Justus Schmidt and Max Bohm, 10 points clear at the top of the leaderboard. They seem to be they seem unable to do anything wrong.
Yeah, they're in super form. The season has been spectacular for them, really. They had a very bad season last year. They didn't come up to speed. They were always slow. They had a boat which had some slight problems. It was on the heavy side, and it seems that with the new boat, they're performing outstandingly. And all the training they had put in and all the battles they had to get that old boat up to speed pay off now, and I'm very happy for those guys, and it's going to be super interesting to see throughout the week if they can hold up that form.
Okay, well, let's hear from them. They're speaking to Andy Rice.
Justus Schmidt and Max Bohm are running away with this Kiel Week, or at least it seems they're in danger of doing so. Guys, you seem to be on fire. What's going so right?
Well, I think in all the starts so far we managed to get out of every single start pretty good, and especially the last start of the 5th race we had a pretty good pin and start, and it brought us in the top 3 right after the start. And yeah, I think we got also good speed the whole last 2 days, and yeah, it feels pretty comfortable. We're happy with that.
And Max, even when you're having a bad start, you seem to be able to get yourself out of trouble. How do you manage to do that?
Yeah, I think we try to be cool and try to catch the shifts and be on the right shift at the right time, and then just slowly get the feel and get the fleet going, and didn't catch up boat by boat, and yeah, stay cool all the time.
Justus, how many times have you won Kiel Week before?
One, never so far.
What does it feel like to be leading?
Oh, pretty good actually. Well, we feel all the opponents right behind us, and they're putting quite a lot of pressure on us. But let's see how the days go.
Max, do you?
We've been really close in 29er, so we came second in 2011, nearly missing out the podium spot, and yeah, maybe this time we can get one higher.
Let's see if they can. These guys are absolutely on fire at the moment. We wish them the best of luck for the rest of Kiel Week.
Thanks very much.
Yeah, and it's great to see them talk so openly and so relaxed, and they are nice guys.
Absolutely, and I wish the best for them, and I'm keen to watch the next races to see how things are going to pan out.
And the thing about that boat and a number of the other German boats as well is that they all train together, and this is where they train, so they know the waters intimately as the 49er fleet prepares to start their race in, well, over 5 minutes from now, and we will be bringing you that live right here. Eric Heil, we saw a glimpse of him in our clip earlier on. He's been sick over the last few days. Yesterday they won that final race, and he seems to be back in it, back on form.
Well, I think that was a very important race for them to sort of get the spirit back up. Another place down below 10 would have been emotionally maybe a little bit challenging for them. They were in really good form this year. They had some very good results. Even though Max and Justus have come closer performance-wise, they were still the better team. And I think this was just due to that illness, that they had a slight dump in their performance, and yeah, let's see how they do today and up to the medal races on Wednesday.
And certainly for Schmidt and Bohm, although they've got 13 points on Eric Heil and his crew, they'll still very much be aware that Heil is there and he's coming back. He's the man to watch, isn't he? He has been for a very long time.
Yes, of course, but in sailing it's probably best to just take every race by itself. Don't think about anything, and actually almost take every upwind, every downwind, every maneuver you do by itself, and don't worry about the pecking order of anything. Just get into the flow and do your best, and whatever happens, happens.
Okay, well, let's hear from Eric Heil. He spoke to our reporter Ingo.
Eric Heil, it's good to have you back after your stomach upset. How do you feel?
Better and better. I would say yesterday was not that good, but it's getting better. I lost last week 6 kilos of weight, so I think tomorrow I will be fine again.
Okay, you lost 6 kilos. How does that influence your work on the boat? I mean, losing 6 kilos, you're pretty lightweight, and the strength, the condition is not there.
I don't know. It's not the strength. I think the biggest part is the concentration. I had yesterday big problems to concentrate the whole time on the water, and yeah, for sure you need to concentrate on that boat in that conditions, especially because it's very shifty, quite strong wind yesterday, and yeah, a small mistake has also a big influence. So yeah, that was a big point yesterday.
So you and Tommy are the defending champions. Is there special pressure on you?
I don't know. I don't think so, but we for sure want to win the Kiel Week again, and we try to do everything to be on the podium and for sure to be on the first place.
We wish you best of luck, and back to you guys in the studio.
Thanks, Ingo. We're just about 9 or so minutes away from the start of today's racing with the 49ers, and Eric, you know, losing, I think he said 6 kilos.
Yeah, I hope it wasn't 60.
Yeah, that's a lot of weight to lose in so little time.
Yeah.
But maybe it worked in his favour in those light winds.
Yeah, it could be, but he's going to get it back up. And I think especially in Porto, it's going to be quite windy, and he wants that weight
At the
back.
Europeans.
Yes.
Okay, and it was interesting, the blue strapping on his neck. We talked about this a little bit yesterday, but that was his osteopath who was concerned about his core stomach muscles, and for some reason, by putting that performance tape on his neck, it said it was actually supporting his stomach. I don't know how it works, but
It
maybe
definitely helps if you believe in it.
Yeah, okay. Well, maybe there are some medics out there who can get in touch and let us know exactly how that works. I thought those tapes were all about drainage. But here we go with live pictures as the fleet prepare to set off on their first race of the day, which is actually the 6th race of the 49er regatta. And conditions so very different from yesterday, which was a fairly still, warmish sort of day. The sun was shining. Today is, well, far more what we expect in Kiel and what we expect of the Baltic, with those low grey clouds, and you can see the flag on those boats fluttering away in the strong breeze. So about 8 minutes 40 to the start of this race, as we see the Swedish crew moving towards the start line, and they'll be testing their rigging, working things out, and discussing tactics as well. Well, let's get a little bit more on the weather, because our weatherman Mino has joined us in the studio. So tell us what we can expect.
Good morning. What can we expect? Good sailing conditions. Actually, we see the breeze outside, so the breeze is there, and today we make it vice versa. Yesterday we had to wait for a long time to pick up a little bit of breeze, but enough and good breeze. And today we get the breeze in the starting period of the day. So during the morning session and during the afternoon, it tries to die away more and more. So it will be more complicated in the afternoon.
Could we potentially see that sailing postponed this afternoon then? Is it going to drop that much?
So basically we're just now in good sailing conditions. Offshore is 10 to 15 knots and some good pressure. Actually the rain is just squeezing a little bit the clouds and bringing a little bit more pressure. So these conditions I think will stay into 12 to 1300 local time.
Yeah.
But at 12 local time the sun is coming out again, rain is stopping, and that makes a new thermal game a little bit like yesterday, which offers then the potential for more mixing with more clouds, and this will be much more unstable in the conditions to see the breeze dying away.
So in the first 2 races that we're going to see, we have safe wind for sure. And what about gustiness? High gustiness, very confusing.
Yeah, we still have, so in the morning we still had gusts of 18 to 17 knots, so these gusts will come down, and so the gustiness is not the big play. Basically the gradient wind is pretty stable, good conditions for that. Some gusts, naturally yes. These rain clouds lead to some gusts of 16, 15 knots, so not too much.
Good enough for some action.
Yeah, and all these 49er sailors seem to be in that class because they like the speed and they like that strong wind. So it wouldn't be strong at the top end of their range, but
it's not out of control and definitely not survival conditions. Speaking of survival conditions, on Wednesday I think you still have a very strong forecast. Is that still the case, or has the forecast come down a little bit?
So basically, I expect for Wednesday still really gusty conditions. Then we can talk about gusts in the range of 28 plus knots. So there is a lot of pressure.
That's survival.
Yes. We will not see that today. Even then, we have a small risk for this afternoon for thunderstorms to develop, 20% risk. Okay, if they come in, we can get temporary out of the thunderstorm clouds, gusting 25, maybe 28 knots, 30 question mark. But this would be very local and very shortly, and we will try to pick the sailors off the course, not to run in these thunderstorms risk, if there is any. I will have an eye on that.
As someone who's sailed all around the world, how more complicated is it to sail in Kiel? The conditions, I mean, weather-wise.
Really, I mean, we started sailing so close to the shore when actually the 49er became an Olympic class, and in the beginning people thought it's impossible, but it's not. And what these conditions the characteristic of these conditions are they're pretty much the same all over the world. If you sail close to the shore, you get turbulent, confused winds, and it's a game of itself, but it's a beautiful game. And in that regard, the local advantage is not that big. There's one secret thing where if the wind is blowing from the right of the Olympic Center, you should go to the right, and when it's blowing from the left, you should go to the left. But that's the only secret that I could find out in all these years.
Well, I was talking to some of the German crews, and certainly at least a couple of them reckon that they are doing better than they were expecting, and the reason they are, especially the younger crews, and the reason they are doing is because they train here, day in, day out. Something like 4 days a week they're here, and they know the waters. So I guess there is an advantage there.
Maybe there is.
Maybe a little bit. But what will be also another advantage or challenge is this afternoon with the weather conditions that we can still see maybe a little small pressure system to develop very close to us, which can overtake totally control from the southwesterly in other directions, southeast, east, north. It depends where this system will develop. We will have a look on that during the afternoon.
Okay, Mino, thanks very much for joining us. Thanks for the insight. And there's no one who knows the conditions here better than you. So if things change, we'll get you back in the studio for another chat. But for now,
thank you
very much. So let's have a look at how we go into race 6 after the previous couple of days of racing. The leaders are Germany 59. That's what's printed on the sail. That's the number to look out for. Justus Schmidt and Max Bohm in first place, and with quite some lead. Then the Austrians, who did incredibly well yesterday. They moved up from 6th place, where they started on the leaderboard, up to 2nd, with a 4th and a 2nd in races 4 and 5. They're the nearest challengers in 2nd place, with Karl Heil and his crew in 3rd. And in 4th place, we have Jonas Worre of Denmark, who many will remember is the former Olympic gold medalist from Beijing. And you've got to expect more from him, haven't you, Marcus, today?
Yeah, very interesting. These conditions between 10 and 15 knots are actually getting challenging, and he comes from Aarhus, where you find very similar conditions too, and it's going to be great to watch him. Watch such a seasoned veteran of the 49er class sail in these conditions. I'm very much looking forward to that.
And the Poles as well seem pretty happy with their performance, up in 5th place. They're from Gdansk and been sailing together for a couple of years, so they're fairly experienced together in the boat, as we now have 1 minute and 30 seconds to go. So we're into the pre-start, and the boat, the yacht in the centre of the picture, is one end of the start line with the race officials on board. And now those boats have to stay on the right side of the start line as we look at this picture. The pin end, the other end of the line, out of shot, but pretty much it is where we are watching from, where this camera is. So the fleet forming up behind that start line, and then it's a case of controlling their boats and making sure they don't cross the line early. We've got all sorts of data coming off the water. Yes, we have trackers on all of the boats, but we also have trackers out there that are measuring wind speed and current directions and all sorts of information that's coming through and onto the SAP Sailing Analytics website, and it is available for you at home. And it's also very much available to Marcus, who's been crunching some numbers with 20 seconds to go.
Yes, looking at that data, I can see that the wind is blowing a little bit from the right side, from the wind sensor on the starting vessel. I can see that, and that's why the boats are bunching up there. Not many boats down here at the pin end. Probably a 5 to 10 degrees advantage wind-wise on the right-hand side.
And we'll see if that pans out as we begin the first race of day 3 of Kieler Woche, with the Netherlands leading away the fleet, the Russians close behind them, and the Brits as well. But this is the stage in the race where the lead changes over and over again, certainly for the first half of the first leg, and there's a general recall, so there were too many boats across that line early. Rather than penalise the odd one or two, they're bringing everybody back, and they're going to start this race again.
Highland Plösel, pretty much every one of the favorites started up at the boat end on the right-hand side of the line. It was Eric Heil and Justus Schmidt and Jonas Vara. They were all up at that end, of course, because they all measure the wind very closely before the start, and they knew this side of the start was better. Maybe a little bit too much, so that's why everyone was there, and they pushed each other over the line, and that often leads to a general recall. I'm pretty sure in the next race we're going to see a black flag going up, and that means if you're over then, you'll be disqualified. So the sailors are going to be more careful in the next start.
So there won't be any risk-taking on this next start if that black flag goes up. But now they have a few minutes just to regroup, rethink. You can see some of those ribs out there. Those are carrying the coaches, and they will have food and water on board, which they'll provide their sailors with as and when it's needed after the race. And we are on board with our leaders, I believe. Justus Schmidt and Max Bohm. And that's a replay of the start. So, yeah, plenty of boats, it seems, over the line early. The
Especially
Dutch, the
Netherlands
Brits.
was way too early there.
And I'm thinking, though, that it would have been more than just the Dutch boat, or
Yes.
we wouldn't have seen a general recall.
But they sort of looked like the ones who were leading the pack. We can also get a replay of the start in the 3D graphics, and I can rewind that a little bit. And here we can see that actually in the middle of the line, the boats were really far behind the line, and it's just up there. Let me stop that, where we can see a bunch of boats, probably 10 boats, which were over the line at the start.
I suppose if the black flag isn't flying and your nearest boats are racing across the line, then you're not going to hang around. You're going to go with them.
Yeah, you got to be super careful in such a situation. I mean, it's one thing to be over the line; it's another thing to be seen. If you have two boats to windward and two boats to leeward, usually the starter can't see you, especially if you're falling a little bit behind. That's a very, very tricky game. In general, it's good to start a bit more conservatively. I always like to start right at the boat end, because there you're actually in control of where you are, and you can fall back to the point where you can still have a good start and tack away after the start without being in the risk of being over.
11:15 local time for the restart, and that will be under a black flag. So we've got about 7 minutes before we go again with race 6 of the 49er regatta here in Kiel.
I actually get the countdown timer already in the sailing analytics, and it's less than 6 minutes to go. With a black flag, I'm confident that we're going to see a clean start coming up. Here's the timer, 5:50.
So given the conditions and the wind direction that you're seeing on your analytics screen, Marcus, how would you sail this race?
Yeah, I was just sort of half joking when I spoke to Mino that when the wind blows from the right side of the Olympic Center, I would lean towards the right-hand side of the course, and that's what's almost the case now. It's blowing actually straight off the Olympic Center, and that means on the right-hand side, looking upwind, there's a flat bit of land. There's a little lake in the backland. Maybe we can show that later. Actually, if we go to 3D graphics, we can see that now. And we can see this area over here. That's a flat bit of land, and usually the wind blows out of that flat bit a bit more, and you get a right shift at the top of the course. So taking this right-hand side often pays off. And I would favor the right-hand side, especially if the start is favored on that side as well.
Now that's the sort of inside information that's vital if you're out there competing, isn't it? And do the sailors all get together the night before and discuss these things, or do you keep that sort of knowledge to yourself?
No, that's definitely something you want to keep to yourself, and I think that's only fair. In sailing, I think it's beautiful that the sailors have to work together to get up to speed. You can only get faster if you have a boat to compare to and to sail with. So you definitely have to be friends with your competitors because they help you to get fast. But strategy and tactics, I think that's a very personal thing. Also, mental fitness, why discuss that with your opponents? You want to have your own mind tricks to work off, and that's nothing you need to share.
So many of these crews are very much in training for the Europeans that are coming up in a couple of weeks' time in Portugal. Some of the bigger name crews from different countries, and it depends which countries we're talking about, are actually already in Porto preparing for those. But the big names from Germany are here. Eric Heil and Justus Schmidt, and the quality of the fleet at the top of the leaderboard is pretty impressive. How does German qualification for the Olympics work? Because I know for some countries, and Germany is one of them, those Europeans are part of their Olympic qualification, as we have 3 minutes to the start.
Just briefly, the sailors have decided that they will use the Europeans as their first qualification, and then there's really a long period of non-qualification regattas. Only next year around Easter will the Palma regatta, I believe, or the Worlds, I'm not quite sure, be the next qualification regatta, and then either Palma and Hyères afterwards, the third one. But there's a big gap from this first qualification regatta that could potentially already mean the end point for some campaigns that don't perform in the first race. But there was also some interest to not stretch out to not concentrate the qualification regattas too much, so that this period of intensity is a little lighter on them and they can still have productive work in the months to come, because it can easily get a sort of uncreative period where everyone keeps to themselves, and they wanted to avoid that. So one qualification now, then a long period of open performance, I hope, and then a final dash a few months before the Olympics.
2 minutes to the start of today's first race in the 49ers. We see a Thai boat there. There are Russians, there are Indians. And it's fascinating to see just how well spread geographically the 49er is and the quality of crews around the world.
Yeah, it has become a very popular boat amongst the youth. It's the most popular boat, I believe, and that pretty much around the world. So many nations in the class, and I think that's great.
And speed is one attraction, both in the 49er, but also in the women's version, the 49er FX. You speak to any of these sailors and they'll tell you, that's why they chose it. It's exciting and it's thrilling, and the stronger the wind, the more thrilling it is, for obvious reasons. We're on board our leaders, our overall leaders, Justus Schmidt and Max Bohm, who are yet to be out of a podium place. In fact, the discards kicked in at the end of yesterday's racing, and they've discarded a third place, which shows in just what form they are and in just how they are dominating the fleet. Justus Schmidt from Lübeck, but he's moved here and trains here with Max Bohm, who is from Kiel. And so a vast knowledge they have between them.
So we can
you can see the concentration, the communication between these guys.
Yeah, they're really trying to battle to get a leeward gap where they can accelerate into. They have to defend this gap by all means. so they have enough room to accelerate.
And it's 0, they're off. I don't think.
And the Austrian
Austrians
boat,
have got
they
it
lost
wrong.
their main sheet. Big problem for them. Nice start of GR 1253 in the middle.
So it's the Germans and the Poles leading the fleet away, and we'll get a chance to see if the Austrians have recovered. Trying to see if that is leading Austrian boat of Bilstein and Hussel, who were currently second in the overall leaderboard, but we'll have another look at that in a moment.
What we can see from the minimap bottom right is that there was a slight bias to the right-hand side. We can also see this now from the advantage line. The angle is opening a little bit to the starting line. Great start on Heil Plössl on the right-hand side. They came out really well. So did Schmidt and Böhme. Vara, he has fallen back a little bit. Not a good acceleration for him out of the start. And Bilstein Hussel, also not a very good start out of that race, but really good performance on Heil and Plössl.
And the Austrians will be very disappointed, and we'll try and find out from them at some stage what exactly happened. But we're with the front of the fleet now, as the Germans lead it away, the two central characters in this German fleet, Heil and Schmidt, in 1 and 2. And we've seen good performances yesterday from the Russians, and they've now got 2 boats in the top 3. Obviously, it's all chopping and changing as they jostle for position up that first leg, but the Russians have done well in this regatta so far, although after the initial legs they seem to drop back. So we'll see if they can sustain their charge, Czech and Zotov of Russia. Germany 2-1-1 in our shot. That's Elsner and Klindenberg.
There's the leading boat. Eric Hull just tacked right there. That's GR 12, heading over to the right-hand side of the course.
And GR 59, Schmidt and Böhme, just this side, closest towards the camera.
A little optimist, you can see the speed difference of that little boat compared to the 49ers.
And the British boats that we haven't seen much of a performance so far, sitting in 8th at the moment, Chris Taylor and Sam Batten. Their best position was on the first day of sailing with a 3rd place finish. There they go, working their way up the first leg. They're about halfway up the first leg of this race, and you can follow in an overview of what's happening from the mini-map in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen.
Jonas Vara is really in trouble on that first upwind. Not a good start on him at all.
Crivelli Visconti and Gianmarco Togni of Italy, currently 9th in the leaderboard. Moving away from our camera boat. And you get a good idea of the speed at which they're travelling from that shot.
We can see Jonas Vara, he's slowly breaking free of those other boats. He's up in the leading pack, I think somewhere around 8th. He's battling through. Schmidt Böhme is still leading on the left-hand side of the fleet. We can see the ley lines coming into picture on the left-hand side. Boats are closing in. Boats are closing in to the windward mark.
And there we have a top 10 as things stand at the moment. And Schmidt and Böhme, if past races are anything to go by, are likely to stay pretty much in that position.
Yeah, and highest average speed so far on that Polish boat, 9.42 knots. That's the current speed we see here, 9.8. But if I look at the SAP Sailing Analytics, the average ranks them as the fastest boat on the course.
Boat's tacking now, coming back in towards the left. The three Russian boats moving through the screen there. But Crivelli Visconti and Togni of Italy holding second place at the moment. But it's all still very, very close as they make their way to the first windward mark. This is Pavel. Picturesque beaches and landscape at the back of the shot. It's where the locals from Hamburg come and have their weekends in the summer. And the Russians still dominating this sixth race.
By far the highest average speed, 9.3. They're actually almost half a knot faster than the rest. They've covered quite a lot of extra distance. They're going low and fast, but good enough for them to be in the lead means they had the best overall VMG so far. They have to tack once more to get up to the ley line. Really light winds up there, by the way. You can see how they're bending their legs. That's because of the wind shadow. Schmidt and Böhme charging in. Can they overtake the Russians? Yes, they can. Good work on them.
A good move at that mark from the Germans then. But the Russians could still get this back as they follow them round. Spinnakers deployed. So Schmidt and Bohm, a fantastic move round the outside of the Russians to take the lead, and now they're powering away, and you can see the distance now between them and the Russians in second place, lengthening all the time.
And it's raining out there. We can see the water on our lenses.
It'd be interesting to see now if Eric Heil can keep in touch with Schmidt and Bohm, or if they're just going to run away with it on this downwind leg.
Sailors are moving really far back in the boat to get the watered surface, reduce the watered surface. We can see the boat jumping, coming out. We can see the centerboard already.
And the aim is to try and get the back of that boat planing across the top of the water.
Yeah, I said this before. It's like a big water ski that you're trying to reduce the drag of. Wind is around 12 to 13 knots. It does look like it's a bit more. There must be gusts up to 15, 16 knots. Looking at the boat we currently see charging down here, Schmidt and Böhme, beautiful performance on them. Now they put in a jibe, pull out around the spinnaker as fast as possible, re-accelerate the boat, move out really smooth, wonderful jibe.
It's all about teamwork. It's all about smoothness and losing as little time as possible on the manoeuvres. And they're so close to shore that we can watch from our position here in the studio out across the marina. And that's what a lot of sailing fans are doing as well.
And zooming out, we can see the lead Schmidt and Böhme have generated over the Russian boat. Amazing. They just overtook them at the windward mark, and now they have a 150, 160 meter lead, and it's growing. They must have much better speed on the downwind.
So let's talk about that manoeuvre at the top. Mark, was that the Russians being a little bit naive? Could they have closed them out, or was it just an unbeatable move by Schmidt?
No, actually, Schmidt and Böhme came in with right of way. The Russians had to tack there and re-accelerate their boat as fast as possible, but it didn't accelerate quickly enough, and they just got overtaken. That was just a standard maneuver we see at the windward market, and if anything, then Pavel, the Russian boat, was in danger of infringing a rule there. They didn't, but it was all good standard.
Eric Heil and Thomas Plössl in third place, but slipping further and further back. And although we're not even halfway through the race, you've got to wonder if anyone's really going to be able to close in on Schmidt and Böhme. This is the sort of performance we saw from them on day one, especially when they got a victory, a second place and a third place.
And it's nice to see that they don't seem phased at all by the situation. They don't seem to be under pressure. They're just pulling the strings. They do what they train to do, and there seems to be no sort of nervousness on board.
And here we go as they go around the bottom mark
Heading
and then
off,
start making their way back upwind.
heading off to the left-hand side.
They can choose left or right on that gate. But it's left they've gone. And there's probably some sort of wind data coming off the course.
And
that will explain that decision.
well, I must say, I'm just recapturing the first upwind, and I was raving about the right-hand side being better quite often in these sort of conditions, but they did come from the left-hand side on the first upwind, or sort of the middle of the beat, but they certainly didn't bang the right-hand corner. But they did catch up in the end on the right-hand side.
So is that a similar move to what they're doing now then?
No, they're taking more early now. They're changing sides earlier on that beat, but they're already tacking back. And we see Heil Plössl here heading out to the left-hand side. Italian boat, fourth place boat in the background.
That's Heil and Plössl, third overall on the leaderboard, wearing the pink vests.
In third position now.
And actually, they've closed the gap between themselves and the leaders by about 100 metres.
And we can see a 50, 60 meter lead on Schmidt-Böhme, who have tacked again and are heading out to the left-hand side. Heil Plössl now crossing over the middle of the course. Pavel also converging to the right-hand side, and we see the covering tack by Schmidt and Böhme, who are playing it safe here, keeping the sideways distance small, which can affect gains and losses greatly when the wind shifts. So they're staying windward of their opponents. Very well done now. Is sort of school book classic behavior they show here.
So they're doing what their coaches have taught them to do, and they're playing it simple.
Yeah, no risk taking by them here. They seem to have good upwind speed. If we can look at the current speeds, we can compare the top three competitors. Pavel sticks out again, but he's covering extra ground. He's going lower angles usually, and but a lot more speed he generates right there, and it will be good to keep an eye on that, how that pans out. He's always a little bit faster than the rest. Now actually Schmidt-Böhme have accelerated to almost 9 knots. Now Pavel is faster again, but I'm sure he's not going that high to the wind, so he has to cover extra distance.
I mean, there's that basic rule of sailing that's not unique to sailing. It's the same in motorsport. It's the same in running. That the best possible speed in the shortest possible distance is what you're trying to achieve. There's no point in going fast if you go twice the distance, is there? And there's no point in going the shortest possible route if you do it slowly. And right now, Schmidt and Böhme are absolutely bang on with their tactics and their speed. And that is why they are leading this fleet, not just in this race, but overall, and doing so in a dominant fashion. So our leaders have tacked, and they're being shadowed by Heil and Plössl, who you can just see on the right-hand side of the screen.
And we can see them bending their legs. The wind is getting lighter up at that, closer to the shore. Lighter breeze, they have to move in. And perfect cover between Schmidt, Böhme and Heil Plössl here. They're cleanly covering, and now they've tacked. Heil Plössl have tacked in the background, and I think we're going to see a tack by Schmidt, Böhme quite soon. On the other hand, you know, they have to be really careful not to overtack, to do too many tacks. Instead, you've got to look at the wind and be a bit of an opportunist and take what you can get. Look for the good lanes of gusts up the beat and not always only cover your opponent, because if you do that, you'll tend to be late with catching the good gusts.
So basically, race your race, don't race your opponents.
In these sort of conditions, that's probably true. You got to be a little bit careful with a simple plain cover. But they have tacked back. They're staying close to their opponents. But you really have to look to windward, not only to your opponents following you. You have to look to windward to catch these good lanes.
Germany 59 in the leaders' yellow vests, heading up towards the windward mark for the second time before they round that and come back down the last leg to the finish line.
Australian boat in the background, currently not in the top 5, 6th place right now from Australia.
Well, that's Sam Gilmore and Cameron Seagreen, who did very well yesterday with the second place. In fact, they led race 4 for much of the time before I think Schmidt and Boom, Eric Heil and Thomas Plössl finally took that victory. Now I'm looking at those figures, the distance figures between the boats on the right column of the leader box. Because second to first is slowly dropping minute by minute. But you know, there's still a battle very much on for second place between the Russian boat and the Germans. And whilst the Italians are pretty much out of a podium place now, if the Russians get it wrong, if they get tangled up in under the pressure of trying to chase second place, we could see them go backwards.
Now the wind is really light up there at the windward mark. It's almost the picture we had yesterday. I hope the wind is not dropping as quicker than Mino expected.
He was talking about, 12 o'clock, wasn't he? So that's just under half an hour from now.
Now,
and
Mr. Schmidt and Max Böhme closing into the windward mark. They will have to do one more tack
so
to get there, I think. Or can they pinch it up? Can they actually get there without an extra tack?
This is where they took the lead on the first rounding. I think they'll get round there. I'd say that's fairly inch perfect. Round they go. But yeah, what a difference in the in the speed from the first time they came round that mark to now. Suggesting the wind really has dropped significantly.
Lighter breeze now, very different picture to the first downwind. Max Böhme is sitting inside. Not enough pressure for both to go on the wire. Justus Schmidt checking out his hair, more relaxed sailing right now.
There's no point in crossing the finish line first if you're not looking good.
Of course, of course.
And as predicted, the battle for second and third is turning into quite an interesting one, with the Russians now moving up into second place. And you can see how close second and third are on the mini-map on the bottom right of the screen. But we're on board, our leaders, Schmidt and Böhme.
You can see how light the pressure is. This could still be a very interesting downwind. They're getting a little bit more pressure now. They're looking around all the time to look for the next gust. And if a gust hits the second and third placed boats, they could easily go deeper than Schmidt and Böhme. Not much pressure at all at the moment for them.
But the leaders almost halfway through this final leg. And really it would need a big change in the wind to give second and third chance to catch them. But I see the Germans, I see Eric Heil is back up into second place, so that battle between them and the Russians is going the Germans' way. And interestingly, the Italians might come up. They've got time to come in and take third place as well. But Pavel always so fast. And we see our former Olympic champion come into the top 5 for the first time.
Yeah, looking on our mini map, bottom right, we can see those gray dots following the top 3 and the 5th one. So the second gray dot, that would be Jonas Vara. He's going nice and deep into the course where actually Eric Heil and the Russian boat are going very high, and that could be a problem for them. Nice jibe, a little bit slow, light winds at that point. But they're converging back towards the middle of the course. They need to do that. They're closing into the leeward ley line already. Let's have a look at where the rest of the fleet is sitting. Eric Heil, they jibed earlier. 77-meter lead. It's shriveling up a little bit, and that's because Eric Heil will have a bit more speed on them right now. A better gust, probably going deeper. We can see that in the data.
But
9.2 knots.
Still so fast out there. But our race leaders, the fastest boat, around about 9 knots out there. Highland Plus will come in close.
Good job on Vara and Thompson to come back into the top 5. That will keep them in the mix. Consistency is what counts.
They started this regatta with 2 victories in the first set of races. And then yesterday in the light winds had a bit of a disastrous time with an 11th and a 14th place. So they're looking really to get back into this, to prove, to regain their consistency. But clearly light winds is not something that suits them, although they're not doing a bad job now, having moved back up into 5th place. And have just overtaken the Italians. But can the Danes power on and maintain that 4th place finish?
The distance of Schmidt and Böhme to the leaders is growing again. I think they're very safe to win this first race of the day.
I always hesitate to try to predict that sort of thing, but I think in this particular case they are so consistent.
100 meters is quite a lot,
yeah,
but,
their form
but
is
with
so
the
good.
gustiness we see here, it can still change, but I think they're nicely covering their opponents. If they would catch a gust coming from behind, I think they would still catch it in due time to make it to the finish first.
And that picture made it look like Germany 12 was overtaking Schmidt and Böhm to take the lead, but in reality that's just the perspective from this particular camera angle. Overall leaders are still very much in control. There to the right of the picture.
And looking at the mini-map, we can see them closing in onto the finish down there. Or will it be another lap? I don't think. No, this is the final leg of the race, not a 3-lapper. And that does make sense time-wise. They have a target time of 25 minutes.
Well, especially if they know the wind's dropping.
Yes.
But that's been the format all this week. And so our leaders approaching the finish line now, which we should be able to see on our live pictures from the water. There it is. Schmidt
Great job.
and Böhm cross the finish line. That'll feel good. they'll be enjoying that on the boat as they claim their third victory of this regatta. They are in supreme form. It was a great manoeuvre to take the lead at the first windward mark, and then they powered away, and once they're that far ahead, it's almost impossible to catch Schmidt and Böhme.
And we can see in the 3D graphics how boats are closing into the finish from the right-hand side of the course, which they seem to favor down towards the finish. Will be interesting to see how the wind will behave in the next half hour, if they can get another race in, if it will shift a lot. I certainly hope so for the fleet, because then we're probably in for a little break if the forecast of Mino Schrader comes true.
Kalinchev Pavel crosses the line in third place. That's his third race in which he's finished in that position.
Yeah, very consistent performance so far by him.
Certainly made a name for himself here in Kiel already in these 3 days of racing.
As we spoke about before many times, consistency is what counts, but nobody's been as consistent as Schmidt and Böhme. But
now the Danes are going to have to attack to get across the line. It's a straight line though for the Italians, so this is going to be an interesting finish between 4th and 5th.
Let's see that finish
with Crivelli, Visconti and Togni on the Italian boat.
And it's the Danes.
The Danes take it on these live pictures that are slightly ahead of the graphic. And the Italians come in 5th place. There are our Australians, Gilmore and Seagreen. Another good race for them. In fact, their second best race so far of the regatta. It'd be interesting to see also what happened to the Austrians who had that terrible start. And
there they are, 29. And it looks like they could be losing out just on the finish line. Awfully close. Yes, they just lost one place with a slow jibe. Right there, they should have probably just continued.
They'll be very disappointed by that, will the Austrians. They had a great day yesterday. It's not turning out the same today. But, you know, it might just be that they're rusty. The helm has had shoulder surgery, and this is their first time back, really. He's been out for 4 months, so they're a little bit rusty, I suspect. And we'll probably see them improve as the regatta goes on. But these are our winners. And our overall leaders from Germany, Schmidt and Böhme, a thumbs up from him as they crossed the line in first place yet again. Meggendorf and Spranger of Germany crossing the line now on Germany 202, and then come the Belgians. And obviously it's a home regatta for the German boats. It's a chance for some of their younger crews to gain experience and race against the top sailors like these guys. Germany 59. So, let's have a look at the start analysis.
Yeah, what we saw was the boats bunching up on the right-hand side of the line, and as the start evolves, not a strong bias from our wind data on the right-hand side. We can see that wind ladder is almost parallel to the starting line. And then the acceleration on Schmidt and Böhme, beautiful starting position up there. Highland Plössl, they've got that big gap to leeward, the gap that you want to have. But then we see very similar acceleration on all those top 5 boats. Not a big difference, and it was a clean start. Well done by Highland Plössl, and we can see how Vara and Thompson are down the fleet, not doing that well. And just a few boats heading out to the right-hand side. Beautiful start by Schmidt and Böhme. They played the first upwind really well, and a well-deserved win that has a lot to do with that good start. Impressive, though, that Vara and Thompson managed to get back up, and I think fourth was their finishing position. Good job on them that they have that forward-going power in the fleet. So let's look at the speed and distance data that we're getting from the SAP analytics. And interesting, we can see average speed-wise, I'm surprised that Pavel has not been the winner on the speed front, because they were looking so fast. But, you know, this could be because on the downwind they weren't that fast. On the upwind they seemed to have the highest average speed, but on the downwind they seemed quite slow.
And why would that be?
Why would that be on the downwind?
Well, why the difference? Why faster on the upwind?
Well, they could have had a really good setup for the upwind, and maybe have some problems on the downwind with their technique, doing bad jibes or not steering the boat that well. It could be all sorts of things. You know, to make a boat go fast, you need a good setup and you need to steer well, and it's very different on different parts of the course.
And I guess the beauty of having access to this data is they probably had a hunch that was the case, but this tells them in black and white that was the case.
Yeah, it's good to go from fiction to fact, really, and to check what really happened out there on the water. It still doesn't give you the full picture, because, you know, if we look at the distance data, it's actually what matters to win is the combination of both, and we can see that that's where Schmidt and Böhme really scored. And the reason why someone can reduce distance is because he's either going closer to the rum line of the course, sailing higher towards the wind, or because he's taking better turns. He's picking the shifts better than the rest, and I can't tell you exactly what it was for Schmidt-Böhme, but they reduced the distance quite dramatically. I mean, look at Heil and Plössl. There's almost 300 meters extra distance covered by them. That's almost a whole lap around a track and field course that they've gone extra distance quite dramatically. And let's look at the maneuvers. I think Schmidt and Böhme kept it really simple. Yes, they didn't do too many moves. Impressive for a leading boat that's trying to cover their opponents, but just 12 maneuvers on them, 14 on the rest of the fleet.
And two impressive readings there for the Italians in distance and maneuvers. They beat the rest of the fleet. They're just not fast enough.
Yeah, just a little bit down speed.
And that would be technique as well as setup?
Both. It can be both, and it's impossible to tell from here. And it would be good. I can dig out the data for the upwind and the downwind a little later and find out how it looked on that front.
So those are the numbers, but the all-important statistics and numbers are those on the leaderboard, and that leaderboard is being made official as we speak, and we will show it to you as soon as it comes through as confirmed. But one thing is not in doubt, and that is that Justus Schmidt and Max Bohm remain top of the leaderboard after their third victory of this regatta, and so they continue to have sealed a podium place in every single race. There they go, top of the leaderboard on 8 points.
That is an impressive lead.
Eric Heil and his crew have now moved from third up to second. And if ever you wanted confirmation of how disastrous the Austrian start was, they lost 2 points overall, 2 places overall on the leaderboard. Although they did manage to reel in the rest of the fleet and finish in 9th. I'm just hearing we've got about 10 to 12 minutes or so before the start of the second race of the day, which is actually race 7 of this 49er regatta here in Kiel. And conditions looking very different from when we came on air an hour ago, when the rain was lashing almost horizontally in the wind, and it was looking very stormy and unpleasant out there. Right now it's looking a little bit flatter, the wind's a little bit lighter, and it'll be interesting to see how things develop on the weather front. Time for these crews, and you can see the 2 Dutch crews holding on to their tender. It's a chance for them to discuss the race they had with their coach, to take on fluids and food and re-energize and maybe even have a little bit of rest, although I don't think you can get much rest on this class of boat. The Germans doing the same as they gather around their rib. A chance to peel off a layer if it's getting warmer out there with the wind dropping, or vice versa. We were amused with by watching the onboard camera yesterday when Max Boomer was lost a sense of time, and about 2 minutes before the race suddenly realised that actually he needed to get some of his kit back on, so was getting dressed very quickly, causing some amusement on board. And so with these pictures, we will go and have a break, and then we'll come back. Don't go away, because the next race, the second race of the day, begins in about 10 minutes' time, and we'll be back right after this.
Competing with champions, always striving for victories, winners choose SAP. In the world of sports, SAP has fought alongside athletes, coaches, and teams worldwide to help achieve their goals in 2014. SAP HANA has brought sports facts and analysis to more than 50 million fans. More insights and new possibilities with SAP help to prepare for future challenges.
Thanks to SAP, we have the possibility to be very individual with the player, to work fast and smart.
We'll have a completely new digitalized world which will be state-of-the-art in our club. And this is the goal SAP is working for with us.
SAP is the perfect match for the WTA.
I'm trying to get as much information as possible from the analysis to perform even better with my next ride.
Before we had the SAP Analytics, you were relying on your feeling. And now you are able to compare with objective data.
With these hundreds of players, what SAP has created, the draft tool powered by SAP, is just phenomenal.
it's quite nice for the fans to get to know the person a little bit different than just hitting a golf ball from A to B.
Welcome back to our live coverage of Kiel Week here on the Baltic, on Kiel Bay in the north of Germany, where the winds are dropping slightly from this morning, but we are 4 minutes and 30 seconds from the start of the day's second race, which is race 7 of the 49er regatta here in Kiel. And what I can tell you is that this regatta is being dominated by a German pair, Justus Schmidt and Max Bohm, who have won yet another race. And if you're just joining us, you missed that dominant victory from them, their third of the regatta. They haven't been out of a podium place in all of the 6 races of the regatta so far. So your thoughts on the race that we've just seen, Marcus?
Beautiful race, classic race, not a very biased starting line. They got out of the starting line clean, played some shifts, kept it simple, had very decent speed, but mostly took the shifts well, I assume, because they covered less distance. And it was a very fair race, very good race, but the wind has dropped, and it's down to seven knots now.
Right, because we saw conditions change. It was a race of two halves, if we could use that term.
Yes, in the first downwind, it was a strong downwind. They went way back in the boat, twin trapezing, lots of speed in the boat, and then the wind collapsed. And now we have these light conditions. Probably it's going to be more shifty, more tricky, but definitely an interesting race coming up.
Yeah, the flags behind us give you a good idea of the wind speed. Obviously, we're inland; they're out there, but they're not that far out from the marina. So, yeah, we will see what those conditions are like. But this is the racetrack that we're enjoying the action on.
First, we go up to the windward mark. We see the Olympic Center in the background. That's where we're heading towards, back down to the gate, back up to the windward mark, and down to the finish line. We're a fair bit away from the shore, so the influence of the shore, the wind shadow is not that dramatic, but still, I expect more gusts and shiftier winds in this race.
Pretty straightforward format to the race. Up, down, job done. And now, with 2 minutes to go, they'll know which side of the course they want. We're on board with our leaders, Schmidt and Bohm, wearing the leaders' yellow jerseys. And a large German presence, as you'd expect, at their home regatta here in Kiel. You can see all those black, red and yellow flags on the sails.
Looking at the sailing analytics 1 minute and 45 seconds before the start, I can see that the line is biased to the left, and we can already see more boats leaning towards that pin end we see in the foreground. That's where the line is currently slightly biased. Well, I'm saying slightly, but it's maybe 10 to 15 degrees. So I take that back. That's quite a lot. That's where the boats want to get out
now we
of
had
the start.
We had a general recall before the last race because too many of the boats had crossed the line early. I haven't been able to see if on that committee boat we had a black flag, but that's how they started the race previously. So I think for the moment we can presume that this is a black flag start, which would mean that anyone who crosses the line before that clock hits 0 is disqualified from the race.
1 minute before the start, let's have a look at where the boats are. Heilplössl seem to be on the far end of the line that I deemed based on the data, deem disadvantage at the moment. Schmidt and Böhme and Vara and Thompson are closer to the pin end, battling for a pin end position. That's very, very difficult to get out of that end. There's one boat that can get a golden start, and that's the boat at the pin end. He's got a big aerodynamic advantage by being leeward of the rest of the pack. Doesn't look like Schmidt and Böhme or Vara can get that position. Maybe some boats are going to peel off down at that pin end. And Heilplössl seem to decide to go to the other end, but they will probably already start with a 50 to 100 meter
And the
disadvantage.
boats we're focused on is the Danish boat, 3 from the right, and those 2 German boats to the side of it. So the clock is 0. The race is on. It didn't look really like anyone was over early, but the right side, the far end, as we look at the start line, is where they got away early. But look at the confusion down at the pin end that has involved these 2 German boats. So the Danes tack away.
Great start on them. Can they actually go through there? That would be an awesome start for them.
But really, Germany 115 and one. Well, that the boat nearest to us getting into a real tussle.
The start by that Danish boat was amazing. I mean, getting out there like that and then being able to tack and go ahead. And here you can actually see how big an advantage they have over the right-hand side. I think that there was probably a 25 to 50 meter advantage for the left-hand side. You can see that in the mini-map.
And we could
here
see
we can
that
see
again.
how they tack out early. That is amazing if you can do that early after the start signal goes. Actually, boat 115 has a bit of trouble there, and now everyone's heading over to the right-hand side. Heil Plössl a bit down fleet. And Schmidt-Böhme currently lying in 9th place, 10th place, and even further down, 15th place for Heil Plössl.
Well, Erik Heil in the centre of this shot with the Danes. And clearly the shot isn't quite representative of positions on the water because the Danes are leading.
Yeah, in the SAP Sailing Analytics, I find Heil and Plössl actually further down out of the top 10.
Yeah.
And that's because they started on the wrong side of the line.
And that Swedish boat.
Olsen and Eriks.
In 5th place, according to our leaderboard on the left side there, with the Dutch boat just behind them. So all this information coming off the race course, all these boats pretty close together, and the analytics having to sort out the information coming off the water. And I think we've had a bit of a reshuffle of the pack as far as the graphics are concerned. So we've got an Italian boat in the lead now, and Warra Thompson. You can see the Danish flag, and according to the data, that is the leading boat right now.
And the overall leading boats, not even in the top 10. Not a good race start for Schmidt-Böhme or Heil and Plössl.
No, we'll try and track them down and work out where they are and let you know. But you kind of feel that Schmidt and Böhme are likely to be appearing pretty soon near the front of the fleet.
Vara closing in towards the ley line on the right-hand side. But the right-hand side doesn't look bad at all. Let's see how the Indian boat can get out of that corner. Let's look at the speeds of those boats, how they compare, who's got the pressure on at the moment. Good speed on the Swedish boat.
The Indians still trying to better their 5th place position from yesterday. It was 23rd in the last race.
Leading boat in the picture, nice tack by them. Hooking back up, keeping the boat upright. Need to lean in a little bit, the breeze is fluctuating. They have to adjust it all the time. The crew's playing the main sheet really well here.
But the Poles, who didn't have a good race 6, are now back in contention in this one.
Yeah, they tacked ahead of the Danish boat. They managed to get a good gust from the left-hand side. Russian boat closing in from the left.
The Poles always better in the stronger winds. They had high hopes for today and the forecast that they saw before heading out to the water, but clearly that's changed somewhat because the strong winds have not materialised.
And we see the Russians coming into their top fleet here.
So here we are, the first mark, the first turn, first round.
That's a surprise. Maybe a bit of a lucky warrior here. We haven't seen much of them, have we?
Not at all. And it's never helpful when they sail without a national flag.
That's the Polish boat.
So Warra's move early on is paying off right now as he moves into second place. Pavel in third. Pavel, who we thought was so fast, but was actually disappointingly slow on the downwinds in the last race, so we'll see how he performs on this leg.
Nice battle between first and second right here. That's Vara, the former Olympic champion, chasing a Polish newcomer. Let's look at the distances between the two. There's just 3 to 4 boat lengths between them, 4 boat lengths.
And the Poles will be feeling the pressure of having an Olympic champion chasing them down. Although they've sailed together for a couple of years, this pair from Gdansk. So they know each other, they know how they sail, they know what they have to do.
And if we can swing around the graphics a little bit, we can see Schmidt and Böhme in the background. They're heading off to the other side of the course, but that's not looking super flash at the moment. We can see the boats ahead of them. They're going really high, and they're doing that because there's lighter breeze on that side. Currently in 13th place, Highland Plüssel in 16th.
And the Danes have taken the lead. Just so much faster than the Poles on this downwind leg.
Yeah, much cleaner performance on their boat. You can see the difference in skill right there.
And some good sailing from the Germans, Fischer and Graf, who've moved up into third. Interesting, though, that our overall race leader and Eric Heil, our top boats, have chosen the opposite end of the course from these people. As the leaders jibe.
Nice overhead shot. If we can get the mini-map in, we can see that the boats, the red spinnakers in front, that's Jonas Vara and the Polish boat Buksak Gorcic. They're closing into the gate there, packing up, heading out towards the right-hand side of the course.
The spinnaker gets pulled into what's effectively just a hole in the bow.
And we can see by the positions of the crews that the wind hasn't dropped any further. If anything, it has picked up slightly again, at least on the lower part of the course. A nice split here between first and second boat.
And a great smooth manoeuvre from the Poles. This boat just on the right of the screen, going out of shot as we continue with the leaders from Denmark.
You see the Polish boat in the foreground and the Danish boat in the background. That's currently in the lead. There's difference of 21 meters at the moment, but that could change any time.
And what would their thinking have been in the separation from the Danes, from the leaders?
Well, it looks like they want to attack. They don't want to defend their position. They want to catch up, and they seem to believe that the left-hand side is more solid. But you can see former Olympic champion in the background. He thinks the right-hand side is way better. He's making no attempts to converge back to the middle. He seems to be super comfortable there, and we can see the split opening up more and more. And this could mean great loss for either side. If the wind is going to turn by 10 degrees at this point in time already, it's going to make a big difference.
The mini-map's telling us that there is a slight bias on the right.
Yes, you're right.
As you look at that mini-map.
Right-hand side, that was the gate, but the loss must have materialized right there already. And now the big question is, can the Poles catch up with a left shift in the breeze towards the Danes? And at the moment, their lead is growing.
But never mind the battle for first and second. What about the battle for second and third? Because the Russians and the Poles really having a ding-dong at opposite sides of the course for that second place position. Very close indeed. And the Italians in it again. Disappointing few days for them, but they seem to be back in it.
And back in the top 10, Schmidt and Böhme. Can they still make the podium in this race again?
Well, it wasn't a difficult prediction for me to make that they might be back in the top 10 very soon. But it's
actually
proved right.
already ranking as fifth. Maybe we can get their speeds up.
100 metres between the leaders, the overall leaders, and the Danes in this race. As Warren and Thompson start making their way back in towards the windward mark. And as they come in and the Poles go to meet them, that is when we'll get a better idea of exactly where they all stand. The Danes got 2 victories under their belts on the first day, but yesterday in the light winds were very disappointing.
Teams are fully stretched again. Pressure is back up.
And we've just seen Schmidt and Bohm go across the back of the picture there.
So that was like a one-tack upwind for the Danish boat, I think. He kept it super simple.
They're coming up towards this yellow buoy. Around it, up with the spinnaker, and then make their way down that final leg towards the finish line.
And the Polish boat is suffering. They've dropped out of the picture.
And so Pavel of Russia is going to come into that mark in second place. Nice tidy deployment of the spinnaker from the Danes.
Here they go. Off onto the downwind, and in third position, Buksak and Gocic from Poland. And Schmidt-Böhme back up in fifth place, but they haven't rounded the windward mark yet. Nice close-up shot of Vara and Thompson.
You can see the complete concentration as they're scanning the water, scanning their sails as they hang there, supported by their trapezes. And I was hearing how bad it can be when there's a problem with the trapeze. From one of the German crews yesterday who was telling me that his trapeze snapped a few days ago and left him trailing in the water with his foot trapped in one of those foot straps that you can see on the back of the boat. But let's get up above with the graphic. We seem to have the Indian boat move into second place. Not sure that's going to last, given the direction they're heading into.
But they
I think
seem
that's a bit of a punt.
They seem to have really good breeze out on the right-hand side of the course, on the far end. We can see them at the moment. They're doing really well, quite quick. Schmidt and Böhme down in 6th. I don't think they're going to make it up on the podium this time around.
Let's just wait and see, eh? We've got still about 3/4 of this leg to go. Although the Danes making very good speed there. The fastest boat on the course, or in that top 10, when we just got a glimpse of their speed, almost 11 knots. Schmidt and Böhme, about 10 knots. So we get a glimpse also of Heil there and Plörsel.
Not a super great race for them. But here we have the leaders of that race. Jonas Vara and Anders Thompson. Really concentrating.
And making it look easy, I have to say.
Balancing the boat forwards and sideways all the time.
Looks like he's, with his left hand there, it looks like Wara's just holding onto a little thread,
That's the main sheet he's playing there. And the crew is playing the spinnaker sheet.
But a lot of power and strength needed in those hands and arms. And Wara prefers to go gloveless as well, I noticed. Gloves or no gloves for you, Marcus?
The helmsman shouldn't wear gloves or he gets kicked out of the skipper's union. The crew must have gloves.
Well, they are doing the work as they cross the line.
Good job. High
Celebrations on board. Quick shake of the hands. And the 2008 Olympic champion crosses the line in first place for his third victory of this regatta. And by quite some margin, as the Russians take second place. And then it's a long, long way back to the rest of the fleet. Which is surprising, because up at that final windward mark, before that final leg, it was all pretty close, it was all pretty bunched up.
Yeah, it did spread out on that last downwind. You can see that a reason that a race, there's no reason for it to be longer than 20 minutes really, because otherwise the distances get too far apart. I think still a good result for the Polish boat, by the way, in 4th place. I think they're still happy with that. And Schmidt-Böhme managed to get up to 5th.
So no podium finish for them.
But they caught up one more place. Unlike Eric Hall and Thomas Plössl, who looking upwind in the 3D graphics, I can see that they're in 13th place.
And in the end, the Italians, who seemed to be challenging for a podium at one point, finished off in 6th place. Crivelli Visconti and Gianmarco Togni, as a Belgian boat, 777, finishes their race. That's Yannick Lefebvre and Tom Plesmekers, followed by the second of the Russian boats. And the Dutch. 2 Polish crews here, and the second one just crosses the line. Pepi Filipovic and Jacek Piasecki from Gdansk, who managed 7th in the last race, but they're out. Oh, they're out of the top 10 this time round, finishing in 11th. But the Austrians, who started second overall on the leaderboard this morning, Bilstein and Hussel, finished that one in 12th, and they've had a couple of disappointing results today. They were 9th in race 6, 12th in this race, and that's going to see them probably drop further down the leaderboard. They already dropped from 2nd to 4th, and on they will tumble. But they did say to me this morning that they'd rather have stronger winds than lighter winds, and I think the wind conditions have been a little bit complicated today for them, a little bit light. But in their defence, Bilstein and Hussel have been out of action for quite a few months, and this is their chance to get back into things. This is very much a training session for them before they head off to Rio for some more Olympic training in a couple of weeks' time. The Finns have had a hard time of things as well. Ifu Kotiranta and Tom Wendt. They've had some poor results, but they have said that they prefer light winds. So I think they'd have expected a little bit more of themselves today, that pair from Helsinki. We are expecting another 49er race later on this afternoon. We're just waiting for news from the race officials as to when they're hoping to get that started. And they'll be checking conditions and the wind forecast as well, as these boats do their usual routine of joining up with their coaches and the ribs and discussing and having a quick analysis of the race that's just gone.
Yeah, in a minute we will look at the start, which I think was very interesting start. There was a bias to the left, quite a dramatic bias, and I was very surprised to see Highland Plössl start at the boat end. Looked like they were going for, we can see it here in this graphic, dramatic bias to left. I don't think it was quite that strong, maybe slightly skewed here, but you had to be on the left-hand side to get out well, and nobody did this better than Jonas Vara. We can see the start gun goes off right here, and he manages to pull out and battle his place, and he actually was able to tack quite soon after the start to get ahead of the pack, and that made all the difference for him. I'm not sure if we see the start in this analysis, but he had a big advantage. We can see the wind ladder where he has climbed up higher than anyone else, and here he puts in the tack already to cross over, and you could say he's realizing the win. He's actually materializing the win he's made through this start already that shortly after the start, before the wind could swing back to the right. He's already passing all those boats, getting into a controlling position. So I think Schmidt-Böhme, they tried the same, but they didn't achieve it due to they were just too far behind and caught some dirty wind on that left-hand side. It's a very difficult start to do, and nobody did it really better than Vara and Thompson.
Fascinating stuff. And the starts have thrown up some really interesting talking points throughout the regatta so far. That balloon, by the way, in the middle of the shot is our camera balloon. It's not someone on a jolly.
And
big
that's
hot air
what it
balloon.
looks like from the balloon.
Looks a lot more pleasant towards land than out to sea.
Well, and what Mino Schrader said was is absolutely happening. He said the sun's going to come out at 12, and we can see some patches of blue sky. I think they will be fairly rare today and tomorrow. But better weather, I think, on Wednesday. But he predicted this happening now, and I think we should look close at his predictions for the rest of the day.
Yes, 12:25 here in Kiel. Wherever you're watching, whatever the time it is where you are, welcome along. Welcome to Kieler Woche, Kiel Week 2015. So before we have a look at this piece of analysis, I think we can speak to our race winner from Denmark, Jonas Vara. Jonas, this is Alec in the studio. You're on live. Congratulations on that victory. Just talk us through it, because it was a great start from you guys. How did that come about?
Yeah, we had a really good acceleration in the start at the pin end, and it was really heavily favored, and we had the opportunity to tag in front of everybody. So that was quite. I mean, when.
And
I need the microphone.
There's a little problem with the microphone. Little detail.
Is it better now?
There you go. Yes.
That's better. Because I could hear you, Jonas. Did viewers manage to hear that? Okay, well, just in case they didn't.
Should I do it again?
Yeah, just tell us again, Jonas, about that start, because we've analysed it with the graphics, and it seemed to be a stroke of genius from you.
Okay, thank you. Well, we saw it was favored in the pin end, but then I think just before the start it got even more favored, and then we had a really good acceleration and were able to tag in front of everybody. So when we got that and saw that opportunity, we took it.
So your third victory of the regatta. You had a disappointing day yesterday. Why was that? Was that because of the light wind conditions, or was it something to do with what was happening on board?
Well, I guess that the fleet it's just more even when it's light wind, so everybody are able to make good results, and we just didn't really nail the starts, and we didn't nail much yesterday. So
okay,
we had one good race yesterday, but that was unfortunately cancelled. So that's just how sailing is.
So just one final question, then I'll let you go. How's the rest of the afternoon look for you guys? Can we expect? Are you expecting another race? And if so, what are your tactics for that?
Oh well, we hope we will make the same start as the last one you saw. Then I think. If we make good starts, then we're able to make really good results. So I guess that's the aim. If we let the Germans in front from the start, then it's really difficult out here. So
Schmidt and
we
Burma
continue with the good starts. That's the aim.
Okay, well, Schmidt and Burma definitely on form and difficult to catch once they get out on front. Well, congratulations. Thanks for speaking to us, Jonas, and good luck for the rest of the racing.
Thank you.
Yeah, fairly kind of deadpan and easy going, really. But that, and he was obviously very pleased with his start on that race, but he was almost talking it down, really.
Yeah, it's not the first regatta he's done, really. So he's got a life of sailing behind him already, yeah, that was good though. He saw what was happening. He saw the strong bias towards the left-hand side, and he leveraged it better than the rest of the fleet. Let's look at the rest of the data to see how he did speed-wise. He had really good speed on the downwind. We could see that. And also after the start, he seemed to have more forward-going power than the rest of the boats with 8.94 knots. He was the fastest boat in the top 5. Let's look at the distances. Anyone going particularly high? The Polish boat, they had some speed issues, but they covered a lot less distance. Maybe these are former 470 sailors that like to pinch the boat high into the wind, but their speed was down as well. And when we look at the maneuvers, I would expect, yes, a very simple approach by Vara with 8 maneuvers, but that was pretty similar today. I would have expected more tacking before the race, but the wind turned out to be fairly stable, more stable than initially expected, and that is reflected in the maneuver count. Not that many maneuvers right there in that race.
Yeah, these numbers that come off the water to us really bring things alive, put flesh on the bones in a way, don't they? Because when you're out there on the water and you're racing, and then after the race you do your analysis with your coach, a lot of it is instinct and experience and knowledge from past racing. but this is it in black and white.
It is, and you know, you can easily get it wrong if you're purely working off your intuition, and it's a nice confirmation of your intuition. And if there's a conflict, you felt it was that way, but the data is something else. It makes you think. It makes you rethink your theories, and maybe even rework your training schedule based on the data. You see, well, I might have to redo that.
And that website on the screen is where you can go if you want to get access to all the data that Marcus has on his big computer and screen here. You can access it and have a little play around and pretty much see everything that is going on the water in numerical fashion. Anyway, did we learn anything more from that second race than we did from the first?
More forward-going power on Schmidt-Böhme than on Heil-Plössl at the moment. They managed to catch up from a sticky spot. Let's see how the rest of the races pan out. Still 2 days to go for the fleet. One more race for them in the afternoon on a different course, though. We're going to see the 2.4s next when they rearrange the course. But the regatta is far from over for Heil and Plössl, and they could still win. But they have to up their game, I think.
Yeah, I think the 2.4, which is a Paralympic class, although this is an open class, so it's a mixed set of competitors. That's due to get underway at 1 o'clock, and we will be bringing you that live. I just wonder if we could get the leaderboard up after 7 races of the 49ers, just so we can see where we're at.
It's going to be there in a second. Leaderboard coming up. That's preliminary, of course.
Schmidt and Böhme then in first place, which we knew, but the interesting thing is that the points total, which is now 11, and also significantly, the Danes have moved up from 4th overnight to 2nd. And the Russian Pavel is doing extremely well in 3rd place as well. He was well down the leaderboard overnight. Disappointment, though, for the Austrians, who started the day in 2nd. And Heil and Plössl are now in 5th. And I think they'll be very disappointed with their 15th place in race 7. So that's where we leave the 49ers for the moment. We'll be back with some Paralympic sailing in the 2.4. That gets underway at 1 o'clock, and we'll be back with you just before that. So join us then. Welcome back to our live coverage of Kieler Woche 2015. It's day 3 here at the Olympic Sailing Centre on the shores of the Baltic Sea. If you're watching earlier today, it was grey skies, there was rain in the air. The weather has changed completely this afternoon. Here in Kiel, it's coming up to 1 o'clock, and we've got about 10 minutes to the start of the 2.5 class. Sorry, 2.4. That's a good start, isn't it? The 2.4 class of Paralympic boat, and their 7th race of the regatta will get underway shortly. We'll be bringing you that live, and Marcus Bauer here in the studio will be doing all the analytics and crunching all the data that comes off the trackers that are on those boats. But I guess the first thing to do is introduce you really to this this class of boat, the 2.4. And talk us through some of the interesting specifications.
Well, it's definitely a very small boat, although it has been molded off a huge boat, and that's a 12-foot racing yacht that used to be used for the America's Cup, and this is a mini version of it. Length is 4.16 meters. It's 0.8 meters wide, very, very narrow, and the sailor is actually sitting inside, and he's pushing pedals to steer the boat. And it's got a small sail area of 7.5 square meters. That's like a surfboard, but it does have a jib and a mainsail, and it's fairly heavy because it has a keel. And the interesting part is that the 2.4 is the Olympic class for the Paralympic sailing, one of 3 Olympic classes, and it's very popular in that arena, but it can also be sailed by non-Paralympic sailors. So actually you can become world champion as a Paralympic sailor in the Open World Championships, where there's also non-Paralympic sailors taking part, and Heiko Krüger has done that a couple of times. So it's a great example of inclusion between non-Paralympic and Paralympic sports.
And indeed, the race that we will be bringing you live in a few minutes' time is an open race. So there are Paralympians and non-Paralympians, able-bodied and disabled bodies taking part in this race. So it'll be a fascinating mix of styles and abilities and ages as well, because we have someone in their early 70s and someone who is still a teenager. So it's going to be very fascinating indeed. Right, let's hear now from some of these sailors. They're speaking to Andy Rice.
It's pouring with rain because it's Kieler Woche. That's what it does in Kieler Woche. So we're in the Sailors' Lounge, and I'm with one of the 2.4 metre keelboat sailors, Uli Libor. Now, Uli, welcome. I believe that you're fairly new to the class. What brings you to the 2.4 metre?
Well, I sailed Dragon before. I sailed many other classes before, and I wanted to sail a one-man boat. And I decided then to do the 2.4. A friend of mine asked me. He borrowed me a boat, and then I bought the boat, and then I bought a new boat, and I'm enjoying this class, very much so.
And how are you doing so far in Kieler Woche?
Well, reasonable. I'm new in the class. I know I have to build up my performance, and I'm on 7th place now. I'm the 2nd German boat. The competition is very good. I can see that, and so maybe I do a little better the next races, I hope.
How many years have you been sailing altogether?
Well, at least I think it must be over 60 years.
Over 60 years. So can I ask, how old are you now?
Well, I'm 75.
And how many more years of 2.4 metre racing do you think you have?
Well, it depends how long I'm living.
So you expect to sail the 2.4 metre for a long time to come, I hope?
Well, yes, I would like to, and it looks like that the class is growing internationally. And I mean, I can sail in Australia, I can sail in United States, everywhere. So why not sailing this nice boat?
Why not? A fantastic international fleet, and we look forward to watching them racing later.
75 years old, Uli Libor, and quite a legend within German sailing, and an Olympic medalist in the Flying Dutchman.
Yeah, actually twice. He won a Olympic silver medal in 68 and then actually here in Kiel in 72.
Of course, yeah.
Another bronze medal, which makes him one of the most successful sailors in Olympic history in Germany, besides Jochen Schumann. And yeah, it's great to have him here, especially at this venue with the outlook of the Olympics possibly coming back to Kiel.
And he is currently sitting 6th overall on the leaderboard. Let's hear from, well, arguably the greatest German 2.4 sailor, Heiko Krüger, 8 times world champion and right now also speaking to Andy Rice.
Heiko Krüger is one of the great stars of German sailing, and particularly so in the 2.4 metre keelboat. Welcome, Heiko, and just give us a quick rundown of what you've achieved in the class.
Well, I won 8 world championships and won the gold medal in Sydney and the silver medal in Weymouth. And yeah, that's it right now.
Pretty impressive CV, but you're lying in 2nd place today at Kieler Woche. You would be expecting to win here, I'm guessing. What do you need to do today?
I think I need my brain a little bit more. So yesterday I wasn't that clever in some situations. The wind was very tricky. We had some spots with no wind and I stuck into the middle. So there was the big problem.
You're one of the taller sailors, but we see people of all different shapes and sizes in the 2.4 metre. What effect does size and weight have in racing the class?
Well, actually, it's not the weight and the height. It's more the way you sail the boat. So maybe there's an advantage sometimes if you're smaller and lighter. But average is the weight is not very important.
One of the problems I would imagine is that your head is so close to the water that you can't actually see very much of what's going on with the wind. How do you deal with that problem?
Yeah, that's true. I mean, we can't see the shifts from above, but over the years you get used to it. So you read the waves and the wind patterns different. So sometimes it works, sometimes not.
And are you hoping a bit of local knowledge might help you here at Kieler Woche?
This year not, because the wind direction was very strange and the race course in which we were sailing was a bit different to what I expected. But well, there are some things you can think about when you're local, yeah.
Well, Heiko, we wish you the very best of luck, and let's see if you can add Kieler Woche 2015 to your fantastic CV.
Yeah, 2nd overall on the leaderboard, Heiko Krüger. Very much a local of Kiel and a local hero here. With 1 minute 30 seconds to go to the start of race 7 in the 2.4 Paralympic class. And so we see the usual sort of pre-start jostling as they decide which side of the course they want to go. And I don't know, I'm just trying to work out from the racing we saw in the 49er earlier on today, Marcus, just you know, how this course relates to that. And we saw that a stronger breeze on the right side of the course this morning, but I wonder how it's looking today.
Well, first of all, to the course, the line is a lot shorter than it was before. That's because the boats are a lot smaller and have less speed on them. We can see that in the picture. We can see it has all lightened up. We actually have some blue water, blue sky right now, and the breeze is up. Nice breeze. I will look at the data in a minute, but I'm estimating around 10 knots. Fairly even line right now, and the boats lining up with 25 seconds to go to the start.
And they certainly seem to prefer the far end of the line from our camera angle here. Right on the pin end of the line. What a great shot this is. Gives us a perfect opportunity to watch this start as the counter drops to 0 and race 7 in the 2.4 metre gets underway.
And a good start
for the
on the Swedish
boat.
boat. And in the middle of the course, that is Heiko Krüger charging out on port tack. Uli Lieber also had a good start.
But the Swedish boat with Henrik Jonsson on board, choosing the opposite side of the course from the current leaders. He said Jonsson made a few mistakes yesterday in racing that cost him some valuable positions, and he'll be hoping to make up for that disappointment today. The sailors sitting within the hull of this class of boat. Some of them have got nice, comfy, soft sort of racing seats in there. Others are literally just sitting in on the fiberglass hull. It's all down to preference and how tall they are, whether they need to be able to prop themselves up to see out of the front of the boat, see where they're going. And already across here. But Henrik Jonsson, who we saw get a good start, now sitting in second place behind Lasse Klutzing.
Lasse Klutzing took the lead. We can talk a little bit later about Lasse Klutzing. He did something amazing out on the Bay and Kiel last year. We can talk about that once the race has progressed a little bit more. Let's get the distances on between the boats. So you can see how close it is with these small keel boats. Not much in it after the start at the moment. Heiko Krüger in third position. That's him in the picture, working up the middle of the course.
Very experienced is Krüger, Germany's #1, and knows these waters like the back of his hand. Closely followed by the Frenchman, Kevin Cantin, who's had some good results and currently sits third overall. He's had 3 podium finishes in this regatta so far, the Frenchman. Enjoying that motto on the side of the boat, no crew, no cry, it says. I can't remember which one of the sailors said to me earlier this morning that one of the things he enjoys most about this boat is the fact that it doesn't have any crew. I think what he meant was that any mistakes and any success is all down to him, so there are no excuses whatsoever. Bjørnar Erikstad
taking
of
the
Norway,
lead.
taking the lead. So our overall leader is at the front of the fleet again. Only twice in 6 races has he been off a podium place.
Boats working up the middle of the fleet. We can see that in the bottom right mini map. No one leaning towards the ley lines yet. And it's a fairly long upwind for them. 40-minute target time. That's Lasse Klutzing.
Who is currently sitting in 9th place, and I think he'll be disappointed with that positioning, the young German.
But
his dream is Olympic gold one day in the future.
But here he is climbing up the overall standings, 3rd position, podium position. That would help, certainly.
And his dad is just in front of him in 2nd place. I'd say pretty much neck and neck, really, father and son.
So what's better, father as a crew or as an opponent?
Well, the father spent many years in a rib following his son, helping him to learn to sail, and then
got bored
when
of that.
Lasse got better than Dad decided he'd get in a boat and start sailing against him as well. And that's the beauty, of course, of this class, that the able and disabled can compete against each other. The leader at the moment is one of the able sailors in the fleet, Henrik Jonsson, In fact, he's on the international class committee, so he's one of the people who makes the rules of this boat, of this class of boat, and he's very proud of the fact that it is a mixed class.
Here we have the leader, current leader, Henrik Johnson, and Stefan Klötzing. Let's get the label onto Heiko Kröger as well, and Lasse Klötzing. Heiko Kröger currently a little bit down fleet.
And Argentinian representation in the top 3 as well. One of 2 Argentinian boats in this 19-strong fleet today. Juan Fernandez Ocamp.
Nice shot from our aerial balloon. GR63 in the foreground. That's Stefan Klötzing. And Lasse Klötzing above him, following him.
But these are the leaders of the fleet, and it's pretty close, isn't it? These boats staying in touch with each other. The top 5, just 10 meters separating them.
It sort of makes you wonder, where's the body? But there's actually quite a lot of space underneath the waterline in these boats.
It's a bit like a racing car in many ways, a sort of Formula One car, where you really sit down low with your legs stretched out in front of you.
Yep.
And because you're so low, you do get a real feeling of speed.
Yeah, really, the closer you are to the water surface, the more you can feel the speed. I remember I always thought that the youth class that comes after the Optimist, the 420, is a really, really fast boat. But everybody said the Catamarans are so much quicker. But then I sailed one, and I was high up in the air, and it didn't feel that fast because I was further away from the water surface. Lasse Klötzing putting himself in second position.
The 39-year-old from Argentina, Fernandez Ocampo, currently leading the fleet. The blue and white flag there on the mainsail.
Lasse Klötzing in the foreground here, second position. Will he pass that boat that's sailing towards him?
Well, according to the graphics, they've crashed, but I don't think they have.
No, and by the way, these are laser boats that are being displayed here. A slight slip in the graphics, should be 2.4s, but it still explains really well what's going on. Boats are closing into the windward mark. And it's still awfully close up there. Heiko Kröger not in an ideal position, 5th place. Still some tacking to do to get up there to the ley line.
But of course the beauty of having all these boats packed up and close together is as they come into the mark, we're going to be in for some exciting manoeuvres. Here we go with our camera live on the water as the 2 German boats come in. But first, round the mark is Juan Fernandez Ocampo of Argentina. And that's a good shot so that you can just work out the position of the crew and within the hull of the boat and what they do. The ropes right in front of them. They put the jib out on a pole. Some of those poles fixed depending on the disability of the sailor, so they don't have to, or at least it's rigged in such a way to make it easier or needs less strength to get that pole out. But the young Lasse Klötzing of Germany following the leader in 2nd place.
He's looking around, searching for the best lane, for the best wind.
And there are our leaders. Henrik Jonsson of Sweden, the Argentinian and Klötzing of Germany. And you were telling me, you were going to tell us about Klötzing's achievement last year.
Lasse Klötzing, he was involved in a crazy project sponsored by Vodafone, where they had the goal to draw a Mona Lisa onto the surface of the Baltic Sea through GPS tracks. And they actually had an outline of the Mona Lisa, and they, with I think a few kilometers in diameter, and it took them 2 days to sail through the course, and then it was plotted onto the earth, if you like, with GPS fixes. It was a nice project, beautiful website they had put up, and they did this with the GC32 catamaran, and Eric Howell was involved in it as well, and Justus Schmidt and Max Böhme, and they had a blast for a weekend to sail through those tracks point by point.
Sounds great fun. Well, Klötzing's dream now is to go to the Olympics and win gold and become as big a legend as Heiko Kruger is at the moment. The new generation of Paralympic sailor coming through the German ranks.
We see the boats going downwind on the mini-map, bottom right. They're in the middle of the course. And at the moment, Juan Fernandez has the upper hand on the right-hand side. It's the far end we can see in the video images. Boats are jibing now in the foreground.
Does it look to you as if the wind's dropped at all, Marcus?
No, I don't think so. I'll look at the data in a minute, and but I don't think it has dropped dramatically. It's still around 9 to 10 knots. Maybe a little less. Maybe you're right.
It's interesting, the in those top four, you've got a 39-year-old in second, you've got a 50-year-old in first, and you've got a guy who's, 23, 24 in fourth place as well, and Heiko Kruger, who's no spring chicken either. So a real mix of ages.
Well, you could argue that physical fitness doesn't matter that much. On the other hand, I think we need sports where experience counts, and sailing is such a sport, and there's classes in sailing which are highly physical, and you can't sail them when you're 50. But it's good that we have some classes that you can sail really up to retirement or beyond, and I think that's a good thing, because it's still a sport to be a good strategist and tactician, and to be able to steer a boat faster than someone else. And why not do that for so long?
And I tell you what, as people get older, as humanity gets older, it's, you know, they're going to need this, because the oldest guy in this fleet is probably the oldest person competing here at Kieler Woche, Per Arbom of Sweden, 77 years old. And you know, I saw him down there on the dock earlier on this morning, and he could have been 20, 30 years younger.
Wow. Well, you can climb Mount Everest when you're 90 or 80. I think recently someone climbed Mount Everest that age. That is very impressive.
Gives you hope, Marcus, eh?
It does give me hope, yeah.
But right now, we're looking at the leaders of this 2.4 Paralympic class, with the Argentinian Juan Fernandez Ocampo in the lead, and the able-bodied Henrik Jonsson in second place, battling it over with the leader of the class right now, Bjorn Erikstad.
Heiko Kruger in fourth place. And yeah, maybe the wind is dropping a bit more. We can see some slight variations in the shading on the water. There's a bit more wind in the background. As the camera just swung up, we could see that.
And there are two World Championships in this class of boat. There's the Open, which is a mixed fleet, a mixed ability fleet. And that World Championship will be in August in Finland. And a lot of these guys will be hoping to take part in that as they round the mark and head back upwind.
It's interesting how close these boats are together and how tight the battles are. I think that's very different from the racing we saw before. Much closer battles. From this perspective, they almost look like model boats.
Well, the way the mainsail moves as well is almost
Yeah,
like
like
when you're
remote
watching a
control.
Yeah, yeah. And I have to say, it's a very beautiful-looking, sleek boat as well.
Yeah, like I said before, modeled off the old America's Cup 12-meter yachts. It is a pretty little boat.
With a keel, of course, to help the stability. And I'm guessing it's virtually impossible to turn these over.
It is impossible, yeah. So safety is an issue as a Paralympic boat. There's dramatic differences in the disabilities sailors have, and it needs to be a safe boat. And that's why this became a Paralympic class in the first place.
The man from Stockholm is leading, Henrik Jonsson. He came third in this regatta in 2014. Currently sitting fourth on the leaderboard, but as things stand, he may well be moving up that leaderboard. But the man they're all trying to chase, Bjørnar Erikstad of Norway, is poised in second place.
Very successful businessman, I was told.
And Erikstad likes the light winds, performs better in them. But looking at his results this week, he seems fairly unmoved by whatever the conditions that are thrown at him. He's already won 3 of the 6 races so far, with a second place as well. So he's really the man to catch, the form sailor right now.
Swedish boat in the foreground, currently in the lead. Norwegians a little bit further down. Hitting a gust right now, and it's leaning over.
The Swedish boat is leading now.
And obviously that top 5 shuffling and reshuffling constantly because there's so little room between them that it's making for a pretty unpredictable race. Coming up to the halfway mark of this third leg. There's not that much of the race left to go, and we are not seeing anyone come out in front and dominate.
Lasse Klutzing in the middle of the picture, holding his ground. Not much in it between the top 3, 2 meters, that's virtually nothing. Not much in it in the speed either, very similar speeds.
And the 24-year-old has become a training partner of Heiko Kruger, who said that he wants to help mould the next German Olympic champion in this class and the next German world champion. And he is hoping that Lasse Klutzing at 24 will develop into that sort of sailor. Rio 2016 very much on the horizon for them. Carsten Brett of Germany now in the mix, moving up into 4th place. He's barely finished in the top 10, except for race 6, where he made the 4th place finish. But right now, that's exactly where he's sitting, in 4th. We're looking at the Swede Henrik Jonsson of Stockholm, who was pretty down this morning because of some mistakes he made in the last race. He was leading, and then he said he just got it all wrong, and he still couldn't explain what sort of why it went wrong, and dropped down in the end to finish 7th. So I wonder if he'll be tensing up, worrying that maybe that bit of bad luck, those mistakes could return, given he's now sitting in 2nd and in a good position to possibly take this race. Looks like a comfortable ride for that sailor. Heike Kruger here. This is his boat. Currently in 5th.
He's doing some catching up.
I think he may have just gone past Eric Stad, or certainly closing the gap on him. And they are about 2/3 of the way up the 3rd leg of this race. Race 7 of the regatta. "19 boats in the fleet. The top 10 will go through to a medal race later on this week. And I get the impression that the wind that was during the 49er race we showed earlier on, it seemed to be getting a little bit confused in direction and shiftiness and so on. But things seem to have settled down on the water conditions-wise now.
No, I think the conditions are really good out there. There's not much in it, you know, no boats breaking away. They stay really close together. It's a very tactical boat.
And I have to say, the amount of days I've spent in Kiel, it's unusual to see the Baltic looking blue. It's normally steel grey.
And who would have thought after this morning, with the conditions we had, such a splendid day after all.
The 24-year-old German has taken the lead. And that lead is slowly increasing as they come to the top mark. Lasse Klutzing, with sail number 44, rounds the mark and begins the final downwind leg of the race and heads towards the finish line. And actually there is quite a distance now between him and the 2nd place boat.
20 meters, that's quite a lot. 15 to 20 meters, that's quite a lot in the 2.4 apparently. Henrik Johnson rounds 2nd and Björnar Erikstad.
I think it's the other way around actually, I think.
Yeah, you're right. He just overtook right before that windward mark.
And then it's Germany 9:03, that's Carsten Brett.
Heading down to the finish for the final leg. I think we're a little shorter than expected on the target time.
40 minutes was the target time at the start.
I think it's a little bit quicker than that.
It's a marked contrast, isn't it, from the 49er?
It is. It is. It shows the variety of sailing and the different classes and competitions you can get involved in. Very, very different, of course.
I find this class of boat aesthetically very pleasing. The 49er is brash and fast and wild and loud. This is far more I don't know, gentlemanly? Would that be a fair
Definitely
description?
a gentleman class, and very tactical and very strategic. Plays in the hands of experienced sailors like Uli Libo, which we haven't seen in this race so far. I think he is down in 11th place currently. But the wind is dying slowly. It is easing.
They certainly seem a lot slower downwind. And this is how they look, with a 30-meter gap between first and second place. And yes, we do have laser symbols on those sails, but the actual positioning of the boats are absolutely correct on this graphic. And that is our leader, Lasse Klutzing, coming straight towards us. And I'm
this
looking
is called
for
butterfly style, pushing out the jib with a boom.
And I was hoping to see the Norwegian boat, because the boom on his boat is different, apparently. It's been adapted within the class rules to allow him to operate it better with his disability. Maybe we'll get a shot of it later on. But this is the leader, and second place, Germany, 9:03, Carsten Brett. But from where they're sitting so low to the water, it will feel a lot faster than it looks on screen. And remember, of course, that we're following these boats on, using a motorized rib, which is pretty fast, and so the perspective is always very different from that of the sailor on board the boat.
What's really difficult for these sailors is to read the wind of the surface, because if you're so far down, it becomes increasingly difficult to read the differences in shading on the water surface. When we look from our balloon camera, we can see them really well. But if you're just a few centimeters over the water surface, here you can see in the background there's some darker patches that shows there's more wind there, but it's very difficult to see if you're that far down.
So one of 3 Paralympic classes, the 2.4 meter.
And then there is a sonar, which is a boat which is sailed by 3 sailors, and a scud, which is actually from the family.
That sounds fast.
The scud is the fastest Paralympic class, and it's from the family of the 49er, 29er sort of stream. It was designed by the same designer, Frank and Julian Bethwaite. So that's the Paralympic classes, but unfortunately they've just been ruled out of the Paralympic sports program for not the coming Olympics, but the Olympics in 2020 in Tokyo. Which is a pity, because it's really a remarkable example of inclusion in this sport, because you have, as we said before, Paralympic and non-Paralympic sailors competing against each other.
And what do you think was behind that decision?
I don't know. I think it's a bit short-sighted, because sports like sailing are really sports which reflect the complex challenges we're facing in the 21st century much better than many other archaic sports, which are only about muscle strength, if you like, for example. So I think that the idea of inclusion and the idea of tackling a complex challenge is very well represented in Olympic sailing, in Paralympic sailing. So I think the decision is wrong. Well, let's see if they will redo it. It sounded pretty final, and what I heard through the grapevine was that there was some dissonance between the Paralympic Sailing Federation and the Paralympic Association, and I don't know if that's true, but maybe some politics played into it.
We have about a third of this leg left. The finish line you can see in the bottom right of the screen on our mini-map between the 2 white dots.
Have closed up again. It's just 2 meters now. Carsten Brett behind Lasse Klutzing, and he could be overtaking Lasse Klutzing in just a few minutes, and Heiko Krüger has climbed up to 3rd place. They seem to have very good downwind speed.
Picking up the slightest puff could decide this race, couldn't it? A little bit of luck. And they really are neck and neck. And the 3rd German boat still only 23 meters behind. It's an apparently slow finish, but it's a fascinating finish.
who's going to be ahead. Carsten Brede or Lasse Klötzing, can he catch back up? It's so close. Only a few meters to go to the finish line. We can see it here. We're not quite in the line of sight of that finish line.
So will it be the
too close
youngster?
to go. It looks like Carsten Brede can defend his lead. Yes, he can. No, Lasse Klötzing in the last minute. Is he going ahead? It's too close. It is Lasse Klötzing who beat him just on the finish line.
The 24-year-old beats the 54-year-old.
And Heiko Krüger finishing third. Good result for him as well.
Björn Erikstad also crosses the line, and Henrik Jonsson, who led during the race early on, comes in 5th place, and I wonder what he'll make of that result, because he was hoping to get a podium finish today, but he'll have to settle for 5th, will the Swede. So victory for the young Lasse Klötzing, but a great performance from the German fleet with a 1, 2, 3. They take all the podium positions. And Henrik Jonsson has been given 4th over our overall leader, Björn Erikstad, according to our data. But of course the leaderboard will be confirmed once all the boats have crossed that finish line. Uli Libor, who we heard from at the start of the programme, came in 7th. Stefan Klötzing, the winner's dad, comes in 8th. That'll give the son bragging rights. I got the impression that he probably owns those already within the family. And then the oldest man of the fleet, Per Arbom, comes in 9th. We were talking about age, 77 years old, and a top 10 finish for him. So that's pretty impressive for the Swede. And then the man who's last in the overall leaderboard, Kevin Cantin, he's the other Frenchman. He's 3rd overall. He comes in 10th. So it'll be interesting to see how that changes the top 3 in the leaderboard. Will we see the Frenchman drop down? Hopefully our balloon camera won't drop down.
There's like some serious juggling going on there.
But that's our winner. He's attached himself to the rib. Chance to have a little think, and our reporter out on the water is just waiting for permission to approach him and interview him for our German colleagues. Beautiful tall ship in the background. There are probably about half a dozen of them in Kiel Harbour right now.
More than that, for sure. On the second weekend, there's a so-called Windjammerparade, which where the big procession of all the yachts sailing out. And there's probably 20, 30, I'd assume, not half a dozen. But we'll see them next weekend.
I don't think they're in yet, because I was down there last night.
Oh, you got first-hand information.
It's probably 6th.
Apologies.
And I don't know if they're turning up, but last year I know the Polish Navy have one, and they turned up and were doing tours of the ship. And a real festival atmosphere, it must be said, and not just for lovers of sailing, but lovers of beer and food and live entertainment, because the centre of Kiel is one big party hub for the next 10 days. And lots of people coming, not just from Germany, but from all over the world to enjoy those celebrations. So that is the beautiful scene on Kiel Bay. And we will bring you the leaderboard and the confirmed results of that race in the 2.4 metre as soon as that data is collated and made official. But unofficially, according to my maths, Björn Erikstad is still top of the pile. The Norwegian who led overnight and who hasn't been out of the podium, well, he's only been out of the podium positions twice in 7 races, will still be top of the leaderboard. But what about Heiko Krüger? Will he still be sitting in 2nd? And one thing's for sure, Kevin Cantin of France, who was 3rd overnight and could only manage 10th in the race we've just watched. I would guess that he'll be dropping down the leaderboard. But that's still to be confirmed. We will do the number crunching and bring you that on screen as soon as we can.
Okay, so I think we're ready to do a little analysis of the start. How did the race get going? We highlighted Heiko Krüger, Lasse Klötzing, Carsten Brett and Bjørn Erik start from Norway. And we can see that Carsten Brett was a little bit down fleet. Lasse Klötzing somewhat in the middle of the line. And Heiko Krüger, he was going for the pin and start, but they were quite far behind the line at the start. All of them didn't have a super flash start. Acceleration was quite good on Heiko Krüger. You can see the green line. That's the highest line on our speed graph up above. He got out clean, but Lasse Klötzing managed to tack away early, and that certainly helped. What you can also see in this graphic is that the wind ladder, those gray stripes onto the line, they are heeled somewhat towards the left-hand side. That means the left-hand side of the course was favored, and that's where Heiko Krüger pulled out. But he must have had some problems after the start, because Lasse Klötzing came out top 3 first time around and went on to win this race. So let's look at the speed and distance analysis. See how that has panned out, and that is very interesting, because what we see here is a negative correlation between speed and the race. Actually, Lasse Klötzing was the slowest amongst the top 5, but it means he must have covered a lot less distance, and I hope that's the case, otherwise we have a flaw in the data. Nope, here it goes.
Well,
a negative correlation as well on the distance. Pretty unusual, but it means he covered less distance. He must have taken better tags, must have made smarter decisions, and sailed a little bit higher towards the wind. Let's look at the maneuvers. Less maneuvers on Lasse Klötzing. That's interesting. That probably means that he either took some shifts really well, or that he was sailing just a little bit higher. And I can maybe, if I have the time, look at the GPS tracks later on to see if that was the case.
Fascinating stuff. We've said before how these numbers reveal things that you would never guess with the naked eye. And the sailors do enjoy coming back on shore and logging on to sapsailing.com and having a look at that data themselves. They don't have to, obviously, they may not be interested in what we're showing you. They may be interested in data that's completely different, because that is focused on their training regime or their particular issues with the boat. And they have access to that, as you do at home, at sapsailing.com. And of course, SAP involved in the sport right across a number of regattas, and all the data from those regattas are on the website. So if you're interested in the Extreme Sailing Series, for example, SAP very much across that, and those figures and that data is available on the website as well. You just click on the particular regatta you're interested in and bring up the data that you want to see. So we're just wondering whether we could get an interview with some of the sailors out on the water, and we're trying to set that up for you right now as the 2.4 fleet. As the 2.4 fleet just chill out a little bit and prepare and wait for the officials to maybe reset the course. They'll be taking food and water on board and preparing for their next race. So we've currently got our engineers rushing around in very fast boats trying to set up a link with the sailors so we can hear from them, because at the end of the day we can talk numbers and data, but it's never as good as hearing it from the horse's mouth and seeing that emotion and hearing what they have to say. They are the stars of the show. And so far, after 3 days, the sailors have put on a really good show here at Kieler Woche 2015. Some really exciting stuff. The 49er FXs a couple of days ago on day one gave us some dunkings and capsizes, some real entertainment. And in the 49ers today, some close racing as well. Okay, well, it looks like we're going to confirm the leaderboard now. So, no change at the top. That's not surprising, but the lead has closed to 2 points because Erikstad Erikstad overnight had a 2-point lead, had a 4-point lead, and now he has a 2-point lead. Heike Kruger has maintained his second place. Kevin Cantan has held on to his third, and Henrik Jonsson has held on to 4th place with his 4th place finish in the race that we've just enjoyed. So no change at the top of the leaderboard. And that is how they will go into race 7 this afternoon here in Kiel. But that is where our live broadcast will end. It's been a fascinating afternoon watching the 2.4 metre Paralympic class, and we will bring you updates on that tomorrow when we come back to you live. But for now, from Marcus and from me, it's goodbye.
Competing with champions, always striving for victories, winners choose SAP. In the world of sports, SAP has fought alongside athletes, coaches, and teams worldwide to help achieve their goals in 2014. SAP HANA has brought sports facts and analysis to more than 50 million fans. More insights and new possibilities with SAP help to prepare for future challenges.
Thanks to SAP, we have the possibility to be very individual with the player, to work fast and smart.
We'll have a completely new digitalized world which will be state of the art in our club. And this is the goal SAP is working for with us.
SAP is the perfect match for the WTA.
I'm trying to get as much information as possible from the analysis to perform even better with my next ride.
Before we had the SAP Analytics, you were relying on your feeling. And now you are able to compare with objective data.
With these hundreds of players, what SAP has created, the draft tool powered by SAP, is just phenomenal.
It's quite nice for the fans to get to know the person a little bit different than just hitting a golf ball from A to B.
Can a business have a mind, a subconscious, a power to store every experience and call upon it through something called intuition? Can a company have reflexes, a nervous system, the ability to react precisely and correctly, faster than the speed of thought? Can an enterprise have a sixth sense, a knack for predicting the future? Can a business have a spirit? Can a business have a soul? Can a business be alive?
Since first taking to the ice in 1917, the National Hockey League has seen amazing growth. In 97 years, there have been 7,250 players, 50,000 regular season games, 3,950 playoff games, 310,000 regular season goals, and 2.5 million shots on goal. From the first puck drop, the method of capturing, formatting, and distributing NHL statistics has evolved as much as the game itself.
The stats landscape right now in the NHL is kind of all over the place. One of the goals is to really make sure that all of the tools that fans need are on NHL.com.
With new teams, new markets, new competitors, new media, and new technology, the speed and demands of today's game require the NHL to be more agile, from the back office right down to the ice. The partnership with SAP brings together two best-in-class organizations and uses leading technology to begin building the foundation of the game for the 21st century.
What SAP is going to allow us to do is really tell stories, to let our fans go deeper and deeper into the game.
Fans are super hungry for content. With NHL.com/stats, we're going to deliver a level of insight at the player and team level that hasn't been seen in hockey before.
The process for this redesign has really been a true collaboration between the NHL and SAP. It's just an overall updated look and feel. We really want to give the users a clean experience, easy to navigate it, and also give a level of interactivity.
The game is so fast and it's so skilled. What we're working with SAP on is how to basically slow that game down through the use of data to be able to give us a digital record of everything that happens on the ice.
And with that, there'll be a wealth of new metrics that can then go into, one, the HANA database, and two, the new NHL stats section. Now that they have the authentic data and this great set of tools, what are some new stories and new angles we can tell about the sport of hockey and about the NHL players?
The full archives of NHL stats dating back to 1917 will soon be available to the public for the first time ever.
So that means all of the new tools that we're giving for advanced filtering and visualizations, fans can now then apply that throughout the entire history of the league.
So now you can begin to use that statistical data to compare a Sidney Crosby to a Wayne Gretzky, to a Gordie Howe.
The NHL and SAP will continue to look for new insights and innovations that will improve the game. The next generation of hockey is about to begin.
I've seen what we've already done since this short period. Such great, exciting things are on the horizon.
Ich habe das noch gar nicht so drin in mir, dass das so funktioniert hat, dass wir Weltmeister geworden sind. Das war schon unglaublich.
Für mich ist natürlich der emotionalste Moment auch schon mit meiner Karriere.
Wenn man heute sich vorstellt, man ist Weltmeister, dann klingt es immer noch so ein bisschen irreal. Fußball, finde ich, hat sich wahnsinnig entwickelt. Theoretisch ist es sehr simpel, ne? Das ist diese 22 Leute laufen Ball hinterher, aber es gibt ja so viele Kleinigkeiten, die entscheidend dafür sind. Es war unglaublich spannend für mich generell, diesen Prozess von Anfang an mit zu begleiten und mitzuentwickeln. Ich glaube, dass das ein wichtiges Tool ist und dass man dadurch einfach auch sein eigenes Spiel und auch das Spiel der ganzen Mannschaft irgendwie verbessern kann. Und das haben wir eigentlich mit beiden Tools super geschafft. Also einmal mit der App, die einfach jedem Spieler auch außerhalb der Länderspielzeiten immer wieder wichtige Informationen gegeben haben, wo auch immer Feedbacks kamen. Und mit dem SAP Match Insights Programm. Wenn man sich die Bilder auf diesem Pult da angeschaut hat, man konnte die Spielsituation, man konnte es ein bisschen verlangsamen. Da waren verschiedene Filter drauf, ob Freistoßaktionen, Abseitsaktionen. Es war ja das erste Mal so, dass wir es nutzen konnten. Ich denke, dass es ein gutes Hilfsmittel war, zusätzlich eben zu unseren Besprechungen. Daten können natürlich auch unglaublich viel helfen, wenn sie schnell bereitgestellt werden.
habe ich Videos auf mein Handy geschickt bekommen, weil wir eine App auch entwickelt haben mit SAP zusammen und das war ganz einfach gewesen. Das konnte ich unproblematisch von meinem Handy aus immer abrufen und teilweise habe ich sogar solche Daten mir auch dann, wenn ein neuer Spieler eingewechselt wurde, in der Halbzeit dann angeschaut.
Es ist toll für die Spieler auch, wenn sie merken, es wird etwas für sie gemacht. Ich glaube, dass das schon auch ein gutes Hilfsmittel war für uns in der Zeit. Wenn es dann auch noch ein bisschen cool ist, wenn es dann modern ist, dann ist es natürlich interessanter. Das ist gut, dass man das auch natürlich in verschiedenen Bereichen nachschauen kann, dass man da vielleicht auch Belege für Eindrücke gewinnt.
Und das ist ja jetzt erst der Anfang. Also ich denke, da werden noch so viele Daten kommen, von denen ich noch nichts weiß, die ich mir jetzt auch noch nicht vorstellen kann.
Aber auch der ganze Weg eben, das war schon was Einmaliges. Das ist immer wieder, wenn ich Bilder sehe, habe ich auch sofort natürlich eine Gänsehaut.
Competing with champions, always striving for victories, winners choose SAP. In the world of sports, SAP has fought alongside athletes, coaches, and teams worldwide to help achieve their goals in 2014. SAP HANA has brought sports facts and analysis to more than 50 million fans. More insights and new possibilities with SAP help to prepare for future challenges.
Thanks to SAP, we have the possibility to be very individual with the player, to work fast and smart.
Wird eine komplett neue digitale.
We'll have a completely new digitalized world which will be state-of-the-art in our club. And this is the goal SAP is working for with us.
Ich denke, das ist auch das Ziel von SAP.
SAP is the perfect match for the WTA.
I'm trying to get as much information as possible from the analysis to perform even better with my next ride.
Perfekter reiten zu können.
Before we had the SAP analytics, you were relying on your feeling. And now you are able to compare with objective data.
With with these hundreds of players, what SAP has created, the draft tool powered by SAP, is just phenomenal.
It's quite nice for the fans to get to know the person a little bit different than just hitting a golf ball from A to B.
Can a business have a mind, a subconscious, a power to store every experience and call upon it through something called intuition? Can a company have reflexes, a nervous system, the ability to react precisely and correctly, faster than the speed of thought? Can an enterprise have a sixth sense, a knack for predicting the future? Can a business have a spirit? Can a business have a soul? Can a business be alive?
Since first taking to the ice in 1917, the National Hockey League has seen amazing growth. In 97 years, there have been 7,250 players, 50,000 regular season games, 3,950 playoff games, 310,000 regular season goals, and 2.5 million shots on goal. From the first puck drop, the method of capturing, formatting, and distributing NHL statistics has evolved as much as the game itself.
The stats landscape right now in the NHL is kind of all over the place. One of the goals is to really make sure that all of the tools that fans need are on NHL.com.
With new teams, new markets, new competitors, new media, and new technology, the speed and demands of today's game require the NHL to be more agile, from the back office right down to the ice. The partnership with SAP brings together two best-in-class organizations and uses leading technology to begin building the foundation of the game for the 21st century.
What SAP is going to allow us to do is really tell stories, to let our fans go deeper and deeper into the game.
Fans are super hungry for content. With NHL.com/stats, we're going to deliver a level of insight at the player and team level that hasn't been seen in hockey before.
The process for this redesign has really been a true collaboration between the NHL and SAP. It's just an overall updated look and feel. We really want to give the users a clean experience, easy to navigate it, and also give a level of interactivity.
The game is so fast and it's so skilled. What we're working with SAP on is how to basically slow that game down through the use of data, to be able to give us a digital record of everything that happens on the ice.
And with that, there'll be a wealth of new metrics that can then go into, one, the HANA database, and two, the new NHL stats section. Now that they have the authentic data and this great set of tools, what are some new stories and new angles we can tell about the sport of hockey and about the NHL players?
The full archives of NHL stats dating back to 1917 will soon be available to the public for the first time ever.
So that means all of the new tools that we're giving for advanced filtering and visualizations, fans can now then apply that throughout the entire history of the league.
So now you can begin to use that statistical data to compare a Sidney Crosby to a Wayne Gretzky, to a Gordie Howe.
The NHL and SAP will continue to look for new insights and innovations that will improve the game. The next generation of hockey is about to begin.
I've seen what we've already done since this short period. Such great, exciting things are on the horizon.
Ich habe das noch gar nicht so drin in mir, dass das so funktioniert hat, dass wir Weltmeister geworden sind. Das war schon unglaublich.
Für mich war es natürlich der emotionalste Moment, auch schon mit meiner Karriere.
Wenn man heute sich vorstellt, man ist Weltmeister, dann klingt das immer noch so ein bisschen irre. Fußball, finde ich, hat sich wahnsinnig entwickelt. Theoretisch ist es sehr simpel, ne? Das ist diese 22 Leute laufen Ball hinterher, aber es gibt ja so viele Kleinigkeiten, die entscheidend dafür sind. Es war unglaublich spannend für mich generell, diesen Prozess von Anfang an mit zu begleiten und mitzuentwickeln. Ich glaube, dass das ein wichtiges Tool ist und dass man dadurch einfach auch sein eigenes Spiel und auch das Spiel der ganzen Mannschaft irgendwie verbessern kann. Und das haben wir eigentlich mit beiden Tools super geschafft. Also einmal mit der App, die einfach jedem Spieler auch außerhalb der Länderspielzeiten immer wieder wichtige Informationen gegeben haben, wo auch immer Feedbacks kamen. Und mit dem SAP Match Insights Programm. Wenn man sich die Bilder auf diesem Pult da angeschaut hat, man konnte die Spielsituation, man konnte es ein bisschen verlangsamen, da waren verschiedene Filter drauf, ob Freistoßaktionen, Abseitsaktionen. Das war ja das erste Mal so, dass wir es nutzen konnten. Ich denke, dass es ein gutes Hilfsmittel war, zusätzlich eben zu unseren Besprechungen. Daten können natürlich auch unglaublich viel helfen, wenn sie schnell bereitgestellt werden.
Da habe ich Videos auf mein Handy geschickt bekommen, weil wir eine App auch entwickelt haben mit SAP zusammen. Und das war ganz einfach gewesen, das konnte ich unproblematisch von meinem Handy aus immer abrufen. Und teilweise habe ich sogar solche Daten mir auch dann, wenn ein neuer Spieler eingewechselt wurde, in der Halbzeit dann angeschaut.
Es ist toll für die Spieler auch, wenn sie merken, es wird etwas für sie gemacht. Ich glaube, dass das schon auch ein gutes Hilfsmittel war für uns in der Zeit. Wenn es dann auch noch ein bisschen cool ist, wenn es dann modern ist, dann ist es natürlich interessanter. Das ist gut, dass man das auch natürlich in verschiedenen Bereichen nachschauen kann, dass man da vielleicht auch Belege für Eindrücke gewinnt.
Und das ist ja jetzt erst der Anfang. Also ich denke, da werden noch so viele Daten kommen, von denen ich noch nichts weiß, die ich mir jetzt auch noch nicht vorstellen kann.
Aber auch der ganze Weg eben, das war schon was Einmaliges. Das ist immer wieder, wenn ich Bilder sehe, habe ich auch sofort natürlich eine Gänsehaut.
Competing with champions, always striving for victories, winners choose SAP. In the world of sports, SAP has fought alongside athletes, coaches, and teams worldwide to help achieve their goals in 2014. SAP HANA has brought sports facts and analysis to more than 50 million fans. More insights and new possibilities with SAP help to prepare for future challenges.
Thanks to SAP, we have the possibility to be very individual with the player, to work fast and smart.
We'll
have a completely new digitalized world which will be state of the art in our club. And this is the goal SAP is working for with us.
Das ist auch das Ziel von SAP.
SAP is the perfect match for the WTA.
I'm trying to get as much information as possible from the analysis to perform even better with my next ride.
perfekter reiten zu können. Before we had the SAP Analytics, you were relying on your feeling. And now you are able to compare with objective data.
With these hundreds of players, what SAP has created, the draft tool powered by SAP, is just phenomenal.
It's quite nice for the fans to get to know the person a little bit different than just hitting a golf ball from A to B.
Can a business have a mind, a subconscious, a power to store every experience and call upon it through something called intuition? Can a company have reflexes, a nervous system, the ability to react precisely and correctly, faster than the speed of thought? Can an enterprise have a sixth sense, a knack for predicting the future? Can a business have a spirit? Can a business have a soul? Can a business be alive?
Since first taking to the ice in 1917, the National Hockey League has seen amazing growth. In 97 years, there have been 7,250 players, 50,000 regular season games, 3,950 playoff games, 310,000 regular season goals, and 2.5 million shots on goal. From the first puck drop, the method of capturing, formatting, and distributing NHL statistics has evolved as much as the game itself.
The stats landscape right now in the NHL is kind of all over the place. One of the goals is to really make sure that all of the tools that fans need are on NHL.com.
With new teams, new markets, new competitors, new media, and new technology, the speed and demands of today's game require the NHL to be more agile, from the back office right down to the ice. The partnership with SAP brings together two best-in-class organizations and uses leading technology to begin building the foundation of the game for the 21st century.
What SAP is going to allow us to do is really tell stories, to let our fans go deeper and deeper into the game.
Fans are super hungry for content. With NHL.com/stats, we're going to deliver a level of insight at the player and team level that hasn't been seen in hockey before.
The process for this redesign has really been a true collaboration between the NHL and SAP. It's just an overall updated look and feel. We really want to give the users a clean experience, easy to navigate it, and also give a level of interactivity.
The game is so fast and it's so skilled. What we're working with SAP on is how to basically slow that game down through the use of data to be able to give us a digital record of everything that happens on the ice.
And with that, there'll be a wealth of new metrics that can then go into, one, the HANA database, and two, the new NHL stats section. Now that they have the authentic data and this great set of tools, what are some new stories and new angles we can tell about the sport of hockey and about the NHL players?
The full archives of NHL stats dating back to 1917 will soon be available to the public for the first time ever.
So that means all of the new tools that we're giving for advanced filtering and visualizations, fans can now then apply that throughout the entire history of the league.
So now you can begin to use that statistical data to compare a Sidney Crosby to a Wayne Gretzky, to a Gordie Howe.
The NHL and SAP will continue to look for new insights and innovations that will improve the game. The next generation of hockey is about to begin.
I've seen what we've already done since this short period. Such great, exciting things are on the horizon.
Ich habe das noch gar nicht so drin in mir, dass das so funktioniert hat, dass wir Weltmeister geworden sind. Das war schon unglaublich.
Für mich ist natürlich der emotionalste Moment auch schon mit meiner Karriere.
Wenn man heute sich vorstellt, man ist Weltmeister, dann klingt es immer noch so ein bisschen irreal. Fußball, finde ich, hat sich wahnsinnig entwickelt.
Theoretisch ist es sehr simpel, ne? Das ist diese 22 Leute laufen Ball hinterher, aber es gibt ja so viele Kleinigkeiten, die entscheidend dafür sind. Es war unglaublich spannend für mich generell, diesen Prozess von Anfang an mit zu begleiten und mitzuentwickeln.
Ich glaube, dass das ein wichtiges Tool ist und dass man dadurch einfach auch sein eigenes Spiel und auch das Spiel der ganzen Mannschaft irgendwie verbessern kann.
Und das haben wir eigentlich mit beiden Tools super geschafft. Also einmal mit der App, die einfach jedem Spieler auch außerhalb der Länderspielzeiten immer wieder wichtige Informationen gegeben haben, wo auch immer Feedbacks kamen. Und mit dem SAP Match Insights Programm.
Wenn man sich die Bilder auf diesem Pult da angeschaut hat, man konnte die Spielsituation, man konnte es ein bisschen verlangsamen. Da waren verschiedene Filter drauf, ob Freistoßaktionen, Abseitsaktionen.
Das war ja das erste Mal so, dass wir es nutzen konnten. Ich denke, dass es ein gutes Hilfsmittel war, zusätzlich eben zu unseren Besprechungen.
Daten können natürlich auch unglaublich viel helfen, wenn sie schnell bereitgestellt werden.
Da habe ich Videos auf mein Handy geschickt bekommen, weil wir eine App auch entwickelt haben mit SAP zusammen und das war ganz einfach gewesen. Das konnte ich unproblematisch von meinem Handy aus immer abrufen und teilweise habe ich sogar solche Daten mir auch dann, wenn ein neuer Spieler eingewechselt wurde, in der Halbzeit dann angeschaut.
Es ist toll für die Spieler auch, wenn sie merken, es wird etwas für sie gemacht.
Ich glaube, dass das schon auch ein gutes Hilfsmittel war für uns in der Zeit.
Wenn es dann auch noch ein bisschen cool ist, wenn es dann modern ist, dann ist es natürlich interessanter.
Das ist gut, dass man das auch natürlich in verschiedenen Bereichen nachschauen kann, dass man da vielleicht auch Belege für Eindrücke gewinnt.
Und das ist ja jetzt erst der Anfang. Also ich denke, da werden noch so viele Daten kommen, von denen ich noch nichts weiß, die ich mir jetzt auch noch nicht vorstellen kann. Aber auch der ganze Weg eben, das war schon was Einmaliges.
Das ist immer wieder, wenn ich Bilder sehe, habe ich auch sofort natürlich eine Gänsehaut.
Competing with champions, always striving for victories, winners choose SAP. In the world of sports, SAP has fought alongside athletes, coaches, and teams worldwide to help achieve their goals in 2014. SAP HANA has brought sports facts and analysis to more than 50 million fans. More insights and new possibilities with SAP help to prepare for future challenges.
Thanks to SAP, we have the possibility to be very individual with the player, to work fast and smart.
Wird eine komplett neue digitale.
We'll have a completely new digitalized world which will be state-of-the-art in our club. And this is the goal SAP is working for with us.
Ich denke, das ist auch das Ziel von SAP.
SAP is the perfect match for the WTA.
I'm trying to get as much information as possible from the analysis to perform even better with my next ride.
Perfekter reiten zu können. Before we had the SAP analytics, you were relying on your feeling. And now you are able to compare with objective data.
With these hundreds of players, what SAP has created, the draft tool powered by SAP, is just phenomenal.
It's quite nice for the fans to get to know the person a little bit different than just hitting a golf ball from A to B.
Can a business have a mind, a subconscious, a power to store every experience and call upon it through something called intuition? Can a company have reflexes, a nervous system, the ability to react precisely and correctly, faster than the speed of thought? Can an enterprise have a sixth sense, a knack for predicting the future? Can a business have a spirit? Can a business have a soul? Can a business be alive?
Since first taking to the ice in 1917, the National Hockey League has seen amazing growth. In 97 years, there have been 7,250 players, 50,000 regular season games, 3,950 playoff games, 310,000 regular season goals, and 2.5 million shots on goal. From the first puck drop, the method of capturing, formatting, and distributing NHL statistics has evolved as much as the game itself.
The stats landscape right now in the NHL is kind of all over the place. One of the goals is to really make sure that all of the tools that fans need are on NHL.com.
With new teams, new markets, new competitors, new media, and new technology, the speed and demands of today's game require the NHL to be more agile, from the back office right down to the ice. The partnership with SAP brings together two best-in-class organizations and uses leading technology to begin building the foundation of the game for the 21st century.
What SAP is going to allow us to do is really tell stories, to let our fans go deeper and deeper into the game.
Fans are super hungry for content. With NHL.com/stats, we're going to deliver a level of insight at the player and team level that hasn't been seen in hockey before.
The process for this redesign has really been a true collaboration between the NHL and SAP. It's just an overall updated look and feel. We really want to give the users a clean experience, easy to navigate it, and also give a level of interactivity.
The game is so fast and it's so skilled. What we're working with SAP on is how to basically slow that game down through the use of data, to be able to give us a digital record of everything that happens on the ice.
And with that, there'll be a wealth of new metrics that can then go into, one, the HANA database, and two, the new NHL stats section. Now that they have the authentic data and this great set of tools, what are some new stories and new angles we can tell about the sport of hockey and about the NHL players?
The full archives of NHL stats dating back to 1917 will soon be available to the public for the first time ever.
So that means all of the new tools that we're giving for advanced filtering and visualizations, fans can now then apply that throughout the entire history of the league.
So now you can begin to use that statistical data to compare a Sidney Crosby to a Wayne Gretzky, to a Gordie Howe.
The NHL and SAP will continue to look for new insights and innovations that will improve the game. The next generation of hockey is about to begin.
I've seen what we've already done since this short period. Such great, exciting things are on the horizon.
Ich habe das noch gar nicht so drin in mir, dass das so funktioniert hat, dass wir Weltmeister geworden sind. Das war schon unglaublich.
Für mich war es natürlich der emotionalste Moment, auch schon mit meiner Karriere.
Wenn man heute sich vorstellt, man ist Weltmeister, dann klingt das immer noch so ein bisschen irre. Fußball, finde ich, hat sich wahnsinnig entwickelt.
Theoretisch ist es sehr simpel, ne? Das ist diese 22 Leute laufen Ball hinterher, aber es gibt ja so viele Kleinigkeiten, die entscheidend dafür sind.
Es war unglaublich spannend für mich generell, diesen Prozess von Anfang an mit zu begleiten und mitzuentwickeln.
Ich glaube, dass das ein wichtiges Tool ist und dass man dadurch einfach auch sein eigenes Spiel und auch das Spiel der ganzen Mannschaft irgendwie verbessern kann.
Und das haben wir eigentlich mit beiden Tools super geschafft. Also einmal mit der App, die einfach jedem Spieler auch außerhalb der Länderspielzeiten immer wieder wichtige Informationen gegeben haben, wo auch immer Feedbacks kamen. Und mit dem SAP Match Insights Programm. Wenn man sich die Bilder auf diesem Pult da angeschaut hat, man konnte die Spielsituation, man konnte es ein bisschen verlangsamen, da waren verschiedene Filter drauf, ob Freistoßaktionen, Abseitsaktionen.
Das war ja das erste Mal so, dass wir es nutzen konnten. Ich denke, dass es ein gutes Hilfsmittel war, zusätzlich eben zu unseren Besprechungen.
Daten können natürlich auch unglaublich viel helfen, wenn sie schnell bereitgestellt werden.
Da habe ich Videos auf mein Handy geschickt bekommen, weil wir eine App auch entwickelt haben mit SAP zusammen. Und das war ganz einfach gewesen, das konnte ich unproblematisch von meinem Handy aus immer abrufen. Und teilweise habe ich sogar solche Daten mir auch dann, wenn ein neuer Spieler eingewechselt wurde, in der Halbzeit dann angeschaut.
Es ist toll für die Spieler auch, wenn sie merken, es wird etwas für sie gemacht.
Ich glaube, dass das schon auch ein gutes Hilfsmittel war für uns in der Zeit.
Wenn es dann auch noch ein bisschen cool ist, wenn es dann modern ist, dann ist es natürlich interessanter.
Das ist gut, dass man das auch natürlich in verschiedenen Bereichen nachschauen kann, dass man da vielleicht auch Belege für Eindrücke gewinnt.
Und das ist ja jetzt erst der Anfang. Also ich denke, da werden noch so viele Daten kommen, von denen ich noch nichts weiß, die ich mir jetzt auch noch nicht vorstellen kann. Aber auch der ganze Weg eben, das war schon was Einmaliges.
Das ist immer wieder, wenn ich Bilder sehe, habe ich auch sofort natürlich eine Gänsehaut.
Competing with champions, always striving for victories, winners choose SAP. In the world of sports, SAP has fought alongside athletes, coaches, and teams worldwide to help achieve their goals in 2014. SAP HANA has brought sports facts and analysis to more than 50 million fans. More insights and new possibilities with SAP help to prepare for future challenges.
Thanks to SAP, we have the possibility to be very individual with the player, to work fast and smart.
Es wird eine komplett neue digitale.
We'll have a completely new digitalized world which will be state of the art in our club. And this is the goal SAP is working for with us.
Ich denke, das ist auch das Ziel von SAP.
SAP is the perfect match for the WTA.
I'm trying to get as much information as possible from the analysis to perform even better with my next ride.
Perfekter reiten zu können. Before we had the SAP analytics, you were relying on your feeling. And now you are able to compare with objective data.
With these hundreds of players, what SAP has created, the draft tool powered by SAP, is just phenomenal.
It's quite nice for the fans to get to know the person a little bit different than just hitting a golf ball from A to B.
Can a business have a mind, a subconscious, a power to store every experience and call upon it through something called intuition? Can a company have reflexes, a nervous system, the ability to react precisely and correctly, faster than the speed of thought? Can an enterprise have a sixth sense, a knack for predicting the future? Can a business have a spirit? Can a business have a soul? Can a business be alive?
Since first taking to the ice in 1917, the National Hockey League has seen amazing growth. In 97 years, there have been 7,250 players, 50,000 regular season games, 3,950 playoff games, 310,000 regular season goals, and 2.5 million shots on goal. From the first puck drop, the method of capturing, formatting, and distributing NHL statistics has evolved as much as the game itself.
The stats landscape right now in the NHL is kind of all over the place. One of the goals is to really make sure that all of the tools that fans need are on NHL.com.
With new teams, new markets, new competitors, new media, and new technology, the speed and demands of today's game require the NHL to be more agile, from the back office right down to the ice. The partnership with SAP brings together two best-in-class organizations and uses leading technology to begin building the foundation of the game for the 21st century.
What SAP is going to allow us to do is really tell stories, to let our fans go deeper and deeper into the game.
Fans are super hungry for content. With NHL.com/stats, we're going to deliver a level of insight at the player and team level that hasn't been seen in hockey before.
The process for this redesign has really been a true collaboration between the NHL and SAP. It's just an overall updated look and feel. We really want to give the users a clean experience, easy to navigate it, and also give a level of interactivity.
The game is so fast and it's so skilled. What we're working with SAP on is how to basically slow that game down through the use of data to be able to give us a digital record of everything that happens on the ice.
And with that, there'll be a wealth of new metrics that can then go into, one, the HANA database, and two, the new NHL stats section. Now that they have the authentic data and this great set of tools, what are some new stories and new angles we can tell about the sport of hockey and about the NHL players?
The full archives of NHL stats dating back to 1917 will soon be available to the public for the first time ever.
So that means all of the new tools that we're giving for advanced filtering and visualizations, fans can now then apply that throughout the entire history of the league.
So now you can begin to use that statistical data to compare a Sidney Crosby to a Wayne Gretzky, to a Gordie Howe.
The NHL and SAP will continue to look for new insights and innovations that will improve the game. The next generation of hockey is about to begin.
I've seen what we've already done since this short period. Such great, exciting things are on the horizon.
Ich habe das noch gar nicht so drin in mir, dass das so funktioniert hat, dass wir Weltmeister geworden sind. Das war schon unglaublich.
Für mich ist natürlich der emotionalste Moment auch schon mit meiner Karriere.
Wenn man heute sich vorstellt, man ist Weltmeister, dann klingt es immer noch so ein bisschen irreal. Fußball, finde ich, hat sich wahnsinnig entwickelt.
Theoretisch ist es sehr simpel, ne? Das ist diese 22 Leute laufen Ball hinterher, aber es gibt ja so viele Kleinigkeiten, die entscheidend dafür sind.
Es war unglaublich spannend für mich generell, diesen Prozess von Anfang an mit zu begleiten und mitzuentwickeln.
Ich glaube, dass das ein wichtiges Tool ist und dass man dadurch einfach auch sein eigenes Spiel und auch das Spiel der ganzen Mannschaft irgendwie verbessern kann.
Und das haben wir eigentlich mit beiden Tools super geschafft. Also einmal mit der App, die einfach jedem Spieler auch außerhalb der Länderspielzeiten immer wieder wichtige Informationen gegeben haben, wo auch immer Feedbacks kamen. Und mit dem SAP Match Insights Programm.
Wenn man sich die Bilder auf diesem Pult da angeschaut hat, man konnte die Spielsituation, man konnte es ein bisschen verlangsamen. Da waren verschiedene Filter drauf, ob Freistoßaktionen, Abseitsaktionen.
Es war ja das erste Mal so, dass wir es nutzen konnten. Ich denke, dass es ein gutes Hilfsmittel war, zusätzlich eben zu unseren Besprechungen.
Daten können natürlich auch unglaublich viel helfen, wenn sie schnell bereitgestellt werden.
habe ich Videos auf mein Handy geschickt bekommen, weil wir eine App auch entwickelt haben mit SAP zusammen und das war ganz einfach gewesen. Das konnte ich unproblematisch von meinem Handy aus immer abrufen und teilweise habe ich sogar solche Daten mir auch dann, wenn ein neuer Spieler eingewechselt wurde, in der Halbzeit dann angeschaut.
Es ist toll für die Spieler auch, wenn sie merken, es wird etwas für sie gemacht.
Ich glaube, dass das schon auch ein gutes Hilfsmittel war für uns in der Zeit.
Wenn es dann auch noch ein bisschen cool ist, wenn es dann modern ist, dann ist es natürlich interessanter.
Das ist gut, dass man das auch natürlich in verschiedenen Bereichen nachschauen kann, dass man da vielleicht auch Belege für Eindrücke gewinnt.
Und das ist ja jetzt erst der Anfang. Also ich denke, da werden noch so viele Daten kommen, von denen ich noch nichts weiß, die ich mir jetzt auch noch nicht vorstellen kann.
Aber auch der ganze Weg eben, das war schon was Einmaliges.
Das ist immer wieder, wenn ich Bilder sehe, habe ich auch sofort natürlich eine Gänsehaut.
Competing with champions, always striving for victories, winners choose SAP. In the world of sports, SAP has fought alongside athletes, coaches, and teams worldwide to help achieve their goals in 2014. SAP HANA has brought sports facts and analysis to more than 50 million fans. More insights and new possibilities with SAP help to prepare for future challenges.
Thanks to SAP, we have the possibility to be very individual with the player, to work fast and smart.
Wird eine komplett neue digitale.
We'll have a completely new digitalized world which will be state of the art in our club. And this is the goal SAP is working for with us.
Ich denke, das ist auch das Ziel von SAP.
SAP is the perfect match for the WTA.
I'm trying to get as much information as possible from the analysis to perform even better with my next ride.
Perfekter reiten zu können.
Before we had the SAP analytics, you were relying on your feeling. And now you are able to compare with objective data.
with these hundreds of players, what SAP has created, the draft tool powered by SAP, is just phenomenal.
It's quite nice for the fans to get to know the person a little bit different than just hitting a golf ball from A to B.